Ever wondered if things can be born evil? In this enlightened age of ours, concepts like good and evil are often painted as outdated, archaic even. According to modern thought, people, animals too, obviously, are simply products of their environment and no more responsible for their actions than a twig in a stream. But I know better. Some things are just born bad. About 10 years ago, we had a German shepherd named Duchess that had a litter of puppies, 7 in all. 6 looked like any other shepherds you've ever seen. The 7th was a snowy white. Not a true albino, just white furred with a black nose and blue eyes. There was never any doubt about which one we were keeping out of that litter. We named her Princess. Before the end of 6 months, any plans we had about giving away or selling the others became a moot point, as all of the others were dead. We'd just find them at a rate of about 1 a month, not mangled or anything, just dead, as if they'd died in their sleep. At first, we thought maybe their mother, it being her first litter and all, was accidentally crushing or smothering them. Later, we had no doubt as to what had killed them. Within a year, she came to dominate her mother, her father, tough alpha that he was, and to a degree, us too. Her parents shied away from her. When we put out their food, she ate till her heart's content, unchallenged by the other two. Once, I tried to shoo her away and let the other two eat. She snarled at me, baring those perfect white fangs to her incongruously black gums and loosing a growl so deep that I felt it in my guts more than I heard it. After that, I left her alone too. I've often wondered if the parents of serial killers know they have a monster in the making. I mean, sure, some of them are to blame for how their kids turn out, products of a messed up household with systematic abuse of all possible flavors. But then there are the ones that seem to be true aberrations. It's those families I'm curious about. Do they smile and laugh and pretend that everything's fine? I know that we sure did. We downplayed the weirdness around Princess, tried to rationalize her behavior, the bizarre things she'd do, like killing rabbits and leaving them hung up in the bushes behind our house. Some dogs do that to show they love you. Cats too, my father would say. To them, it's just bringing your food. To me, it looked like she was taunting us. Just like the puppies years earlier, not one of those rabbits ever had a mark on them. Princess, just like her mom and dad, was well looked after and never hurt for a meal, so it wasn't as if she were hunting for food. Her innumerable kills were always untouched. No, the only thing I ever saw her eat was a kitten. We had some feral cats in the woods around our house, and one mama cat had a litter in our tool shed. Feral really is stretching it. Most of them were tame enough to be petted, this mama being among them. I returned home from school one day and headed around back to look in on them. The door to the shed was open, and inside, I found Princess, her jaws pink from her feast. As she devoured that last kitten, her beautiful blue eyes never left mine. The mama we found displayed on what I'd come to think of as the rabbit bush. The tipping point came that same year when we found her sire dead. He was the best dog we'd ever had, and we ever will have. We woke one Saturday morning to find him in the backyard, lying dead, without a mark, like so many rabbits before him. I can count the number of times I saw my father cry on one hand, and that was one of them. That was also when we found out how she killed so cleanly. She strangled her prey. Like a jaguar, the fur at her father's neck was still wet with her saliva. We spent that morning burying that good old faithful dog. And then he sent me and my mum away on some pretense. No words were spoken, but there was no doubt about what he intended to do. I'm sure that there are some of you reading this that will find the notion of putting down an animal to be abominable. But what other options did he have, really? Take it to an animal shelter? Give it to some other family? Who could do that and go to sleep with a clear conscience? As it turned out, we weren't getting any sleep that night, regardless of our decision. We spent that afternoon at my uncle's house. Once, when I came in from playing to get a glass of water, I overheard my mum telling my uncle that she sometimes wondered if the dog was possessed or something. I'd sometimes wonder the same thing. Later that evening, not long before sunset, we got a call from Dad. Apparently, the deed was done. By the time we arrived home, he'd already washed up and changed his clothes, but there was still a little he could have done to hide his wounds, even less to hide the haunted look in his eyes. Both his arms and one leg were bandaged, and that was bad enough. But what stuck with me all these years later was just how terrified he looked. It wasn't until I'd actually been through combat that I recognized that expression. It's how men look after they've stared death straight in the face. My father never talked about it, but he drafted a friend from up the street to come help, and it's from him that I get this part of the story. Princess was many things, bloodthirsty and evil chief among them, but stupid wasn't among them. In fact, if nothing else, she looked after her father. Her dad, Rocky, was famous for letting himself get into the house if it was storming out. He'd figured out how to pour open the sliding glass door out to the patio. What was really astounding was that he also had the presence of mind to close it behind him. Not being stupid. She knew something was up and made herself scarce, disappearing into the woods. Dad, not wanting to put this off and being in on full revenge mode, called his friend from down the road and filled him in. So, off of the hunt the two of them went. In his own words, she was laying for us. If it sounds absurd to say Princess lay in ambush, then I fail at conveying just how wrong everything about her truly was. She led them on a chase through those woods, barking whenever it seemed the stupid humans had lost her again. Then, she laid up beneath an overhang on the creek bank, just where the path crossed it, and waited. She was on my father the instant he stepped down into the creek, grabbing his leg and making him fall headfirst into the water. Then she went straight for his throat. My dad had already lost his rifle at that point, and he grabbed her with both hands to try fend her off, wrestling with 115 pounds of teeth, claws and muscles in a foot and a half of water, Princess savaging his arms all the while. At some point, he managed to work his legs up between him and the dog and kicked her away from him, providing his friend with a clean shot, which he took, catching Princess through the chest. He put his second round through her head, point blank. He then helped my dad back home and to the emergency room, telling him he'd go back to see after Princess once they got home. "She can rot where she is," was all my dad had to say on that subject. After they got back from the hospital, our neighbour went back on his ATV to pick up Princess for burial. He was a dog lover like us, and it just didn't seem right to him to leave her. If he'd spent as much time tiptoeing around as we had, he might have felt differently. "She flat wasn't there," he said. "No blood trail, nothing." He also said that after he'd been there, poking around for a few minutes, he noticed something else strange. No birds. It was dead quiet, the way the woods sometimes gets, right before a bad storm blows in. Wisely, he got right the hell out of there. There was a storm coming, all right. That night, Duchess came pouring at the back door, wanting in. Something she'd never done in all the time she'd been with us. And I had a dream. In it, I was playing football in the backyard with some buddies and ran over to where a bad throw had landed near Rocky's grave. As I reached for it, Princess's head shoved up out of the ground to grab my hand. I woke up with a jolt and was promptly scared out of roughly 10 years of my life by a silhouette of a German Shepherd in the hallway. It was Duchess, of course. She was sitting in the hallway, whining and wagging her tail nervously. She was looking back toward the front of the house. I walked over to her and placed my hand on her big doggy head and said, "What is it, girl?" That's when I heard the distinctive sound of claws on glass. Something was pawing at the patio door. Thoroughly terrified, I grabbed Duchess by the collar and dragged her along with me to my parents' room, shutting the door behind me. I was 14. I was terrified. But even in that terror, retreating to my parents' room wasn't just for the security of Mommy and Daddy. That's where the guns were. I woke them up and told them what I'd heard. "Oh, sweet Jesus," my mother said. Dad got up and locked the bedroom door and said, "You all lock yourselves in the bathroom." I heard the patio door slide open. If any of the rest of us had any doubts about what had just come into the house, Duchess sure didn't. The only thing she'd ever feared in this world was her own pup. A deep rumble of a growl vibrated in the floor beneath our bare feet, and Duchess's bladder let go as if on cue. Mine wasn't far from doing the same. What followed was 6 hours exercise in pure terror, punctuated by snarling attacks on the bedroom door, crashes through the rest of the house as Princess found more things to break, whispered prayers from my mother, and litanies of curses from my father as another of his attempted forays out of the bedroom were thwarted. We were without a phone. The one in my parents' nightstand was dead. We'd later find the phone line to have been ripped out of the main box. My mom suggested that we try and make it to the car, and above and beyond everything else, it was my father's response to that idea that really scared me. Of the three of us, he was supposed to be the rational thinker, but what we got instead was, "Honey, I think that's what it wants us to do." As the world through the windows turned from black to grey, a quiet fell over the house. Mom and I watched through the windows, craning our heads in an attempt to get an eye on the patio door. But try as we might, the best we could manage was a view of most of the patio. more than enough concealment for a dog to slink in or out, even a big one like Princess. After an hour of silence, my dad quietly opened the bedroom door. I remember thinking what a useless gesture any attempt at stealth was. Dog senses are so much more acute than ours that he might as well have fired a 21-gun salute. Dad stopped in the hallway and shooed me back to the bedroom. "Don't come out until I say, okay?" Carefully, he made his way through the house to the patio door. We heard him shut it before he shouted back to us to stay in the bedroom till he told us to come out. Through the door, I could hear him moving around and what seemed to be him dropping things into a garbage bag. After about 30 minutes, he gave us the all clear. What greeted us was a disaster. Ripped up cushions and pillows, destroyed furniture, shredded papers and books all over the floor. But most terrible were the smears of gore all over everything. My mother wondered aloud at what she drug into the house. Grim-faced, my father did not answer. He simply turned and headed out the back to bury Rocky for the second time. We cleaned up as best we could while Dad drove down to our neighbour's house to make all the appropriate calls. After all these years, I still wonder what portion of homeowners insurance covers attack by undead demon ghost dog. Unspoken, we all wondered what the night would bring. As it turned out, we never got a repeat, but Duchess never left the house again. Time rolled on. Occasionally, we'd find a new present on the rabbit bush. Just a friendly reminder, another token of Princess's abiding love. About 2 years into college, my dad called to tell me that our neighbour had passed. "Heart attack in his sleep, the coroner says," said my dad. But what we were both thinking was, not a mark. There are plenty of nights where I wonder what the last thing was to pass before that old bachelor's eyes. I can guarantee you it stared right back. I've seen firsthand how it feeds. Not long after that, my folks put the house up for sale. I sort of acted as go-between on that deal. About a week after the new owners moved in, I received a call from the man of the house. He wanted to know if we'd left any pets behind when we moved. Already fearing the answer, I asked him why he asked. "Oh, me and the kids keep seeing this white shepherd in the woods. Pretty," he said. Pretty. I've been laying down on this couch watching TV for what seems like hours. I can hear my dog barking downstairs. I glance up at the wall clock. It's 9 already, and I still haven't had dinner. My parents are out for the night, so I'm home alone with a maid. My stomach grumbles, and I decide that it's time to have dinner. I turn off the TV, and as I slowly get up on my feet, all the lights go out. I flick the light switch several times. Nothing. It must be a power surge. They're pretty common in our area. I'll have to go downstairs to the kitchen and turn the power back on from the power box. In the darkness, I can't find my slippers, so I just decide to do without them. Using the walls to guide me, I reach out my hand, searching for the banisters. As I make my way downstairs, I notice how quiet the house is. I don't hear my maid's radio or the dog barking. Nothing. All I can hear is the sound of my feet against the stairs. The house is absent of any light or sound. My house suddenly feels unfamiliar, and I feel lost. Unable to see or hear anything, my fingers tighten their grasp around the banister to prevent myself from feeling completely disoriented. The silence is really beginning to get to me. "May? May?" I call out to my maid, just wanting something to break the silence. No response. The silence is unnerving, and the creepypastas I've been reading have made me paranoid. My head darts from left to right, searching for any signs of a monster or serial killer. I use the wall to guide me, and slowly make my way to the kitchen. My chest tightens as I begin to pick up on the smell of raw meat. The smell gets stronger with every step. Fear swells in my chest with every breath that I take, and my heart begins to pound harder and harder. It's natural for a kitchen to smell like meat, I try to reason out to myself, letting out a nervous chuckle. I grope around until I find the smooth, metal surface of the power box in the kitchen wall. I open the hatch and place my fingers on the master switch. I hesitate. I can feel my heart hammering my chest. Do I really want to turn the lights back on? Horrific possibilities of what I could see raced through my mind. I take a deep breath and flick the switch. The light blazes on, and I'm blinded for half a second. My eyes quickly adjust to the brightness, and I stop in horror at the sight that beholds me. My heart feels like a leaden weight in my chest. My dog's corpse lay in the corner of the kitchen. His body is a mangled mess, and looks as though it had been savaged by a pack of wolves. He lay in a pool of his own blood, eyes wide open and his mouth agape. His innards are emptied out into the puddle of blood, littered with his shiny black fur. The smell is sickening. A set of bloody footprints, if you could even call them that, led straight from his body to the maid's room. The footprints were vaguely human, but were large, far too large to belong to one. Their shapes were contorted, twisted, almost beyond recognition. The door to May's room is closed. There's a set of bloody claw marks on the door, perfectly complementing the footprints by a door. The scene is all too much, and the little food I had left in me quickly finds its way out of me. My vomit and the blood quickly pull together on the shiny white surface of the kitchen floor. I run out of the kitchen, into the living room, and up the stairs. The house is as quiet as when I came down, but I can hear the pounding of my heart to accompany the sound of my footsteps. Tears of fear swell in my eyes, clouding my vision. I run into my room, close the door, and dive under my blanket. My breathing is fast and heavy. Beads of sweat stream down my face. I stare at the door. My mind is so overcome with fear that all I can do is stay put and await my fate. I'm expecting the door to be brought down at any moment. Seconds pass. Nothing. Minutes pass. Nothing. After a while, it begins to seem odd that nothing has happened. But I decide that it would be best to just stay put. It's not long before I start to feel sleepy. My eyelids start to droop. With every passing minute, I get sleepier and sleepier. I try to fight back, knowing that staying awake is a matter of life or death. But my efforts are in vain. I doze off. I am jerked awake by the sound of my parents' car pulling into the garage. It's still dark, so it must still be very early in the morning. My heart suddenly lightens, and I leap out of my bed. It was all just a bad dream. I'll run downstairs, hug my parents, and we could all have a good laugh at the ridiculously frightful nightmare I just had. I flick on the lights, and my heart freezes. From the door, there's a set of bloody footprints that circle my bed and disappear underneath it. I first heard about the boogeyman when I was 5. My parents used to treat him like a ghost story. If you don't be good and finish all your supper, the boogeyman is going to come and take you away from us. In retrospect, that was probably one of the most terrifying things you could have ever told a 5-year-old. That a strange man will kidnap you away from your friends and family and everyone you love just because you weren't behaving. Parents can be cruel. But now that I think about it, it worked. So what can I say? They must have known what they were doing. Now I tell my children the same thing. Oh, the boogeyman is coming if you don't eat your peas. My daughter hates it. My son, on the other hand, wants to meet the boogeyman. Daddy, what does he look like? He asks. That's the funny thing about it all. My parents never told me. They didn't have to. I was too afraid at the simple mention of his name that I didn't even want to know what he looked like. So, I made it up. Well, I said, he's tall, really tall, and he wears a big, black gas mask that covers his whole face, and it has big, round eyes, like a bug. He wears a shiny black uniform, as black as you can imagine, and a long, black cape. Like a superhero? My son asks. No, like a supervillain. Underneath that mask and all that armor, the boogeyman is full of burns and scars. They say he can simply walk through fire and feel no pain, but that his body can still be burned. Where did he come from? Nobody knows. All we know is he can only show up to little boys and girls who don't listen to their mommies and daddies and take them away. Did he ever take you? My son asked. Almost, I said. I had to spice up the conversation somehow. I was a very naughty boy, so one night, when I was sleeping, the boogeyman showed up and tried to take me away. But Grandma and Grandpa rushed into my room and begged the boogeyman not to take me away from them. What did he do? What he always does. He told them, I have come for your child. He who has disobeyed you, he will be mine for eternity. and Grandma cried and begged and told the boogeyman to give me one more chance. And the boogeyman looked at her and said, "He has but one chance left, and then he is mine." And the next thing I know, I wake up the next morning, and ever since then, I've tried to be the best that I can be. "I don't want the boogeyman to take me, Daddy," he said to me. In fairness, I shouldn't joke. What I and many others use to keep our children obedient isn't a joke or some kind of scary bedtime story. It's real. And when I got older, I realized this. But I would also realize that this boogeyman would come to be known by many names. Moreover, that my plucked out of thin air description of him was eerily accurate. Or at least I thought I had made it up. It wasn't until sometime later when I realized that I'd actually seen the boogeyman before. Only that time, I knew him by another name. I was 10, maybe 12. To be honest, I try not to think about that time any more than I have to. The Vietnam War had just ended, and my father had come back home. When I say he told me some of the most horrific stories I have ever heard, you have to believe me. But there was one that he told me that I'll never forget. There's no way I ever could. He saw the gas man. That's what he called it. Right on there on the battlefield, just a week before. I remember my father as he was telling it, the look in his eyes and the sound of his voice. I'd never seen him so terrified. The gas man, he was just standing there in the fires, watching. My father was in the trenches with other soldiers. No one else saw it, but my father, he swears. And if you had seen his eyes, I'm telling you, he was not lying. So my father, he watched the gas man. He couldn't look away, like an accident or a crime scene. There's something about destruction and terror that's just so hypnotic. The gas man wasn't moving, wasn't saying anything. Right then, my father looked away, looked down, and he was gone. Everyone was gone. The noise was gone. His unit vanished. The enemy nowhere in sight. My father swears that in that moment, he thought he had died and gone to heaven. That somehow, when sticking his head up out of those trenches to look at the goddamn gas man, a bullet had gone right through his skull. But before he knew it, he was lying in a hospital bed a couple of days later, and the war was over. Those other men in the trenches with him, no one found them. No bodies, no dog tags. They were just gone. And of course, no other reports of the gas man. What my father saw, he swears by. And I believe him. But those 4 men, were they real? They damn sure existed. But one day they were here, and the next. You might be asking, what was he doing on a battlefield? Isn't it a child story? The gas man doesn't care about children. People tell stories to make themselves feel better. People embellish. People romanticize, fantasize, lie. The gas man has been around for longer than you know. And the very night after my father told me his story, I was in bed, right there on the edge of sleep, when I saw him. The gas man appeared right before my eyes. More peculiar still, he was accompanied by 4 other men in uniforms. I told my father the next day about this, and he was sure those were his men, the soldiers that went missing. So why did they all appear to me? Why did the gas man come to visit me? To warn me? Despite what your parents made you fear about the gas man, the boogeyman, the things that go bump in the night, he is not a threat. Don't misunderstand me. The gas man is a terrible omen. You do not want to see him. But he himself is not the threat. What the gas man represents is a sign of things to come. He is a deliverance. When you see him, it is the calm before the storm. 2 weeks later, my father died of respiratory failure. Carbon monoxide leak, they say. He tested positive for lethal amounts. But they checked the house. Nothing. Not a trace. But you think the gas man is a petty nightmare? A poor man's ghost story? On March 16th of 1988, the genocide of up to 5,000 Kurdish people took place at the behest of Saddam Hussein on the city of Halabja in southern Kurdistan. A mix of different chemicals and compounds were used in the bombings. Following the events, one of the participants willingly came forward and gave himself up. He was babbling incessantly, asking to speak to a reporter. He gave a rather blunt account of the events from his own perspective. I was one of the pilots. I remember receiving the order. I remember the takeoff. I remember dropping the bombs, and I remember landing. But when we were sent off at the start of our mission, there were 5 people with me. When we landed, there were 6. I don't know who that 6th person was. I'd never seen him in my life. And after that day, I never saw him again. He dressed like us, but never said a word. He wore a gas mask, like I'd never seen before. More classical in design. Very primitive. Very basic. The strangest part, all the other pilots had the exact same story. 5 men entered, 6 came off. We weren't all going crazy, were we? People called the local police station saying they saw the gas man in their backyard. It was the next big thing. People wanted the attention, wanted in on the craze, to be a part of a worldwide phenomenon in the making. Nobody really knew what they were talking about. Legends of the gas man date far back before most of our recollections. But that's the funny thing about myths. Over time, they change. They adapt to the trends. It's like a game of telephone. You start with a message on one end, and by the time you get to the opposite, the person thinks you're insulting them. Reports of mysterious gas-masked figures date back as early as the 1600s in Rome, when plague doctors would come around to treat those afflicted. They wore bizarre, beak-like masks and carried with them an assortment of antidotes and potions. Perhaps they took their inspirations from the gas man, or perhaps art imitates life. Further still, the concept of miasma was given to us by ancient Greece, which is described as a contagious power that has an independent life of its own until purged by the sacrificial death of the wrongdoer. Society would be chronically infected by catastrophe. Is this the birth of the gas man, or just cause and effect? No one will ever really know. Throughout history, sightings of the gas man have been reported all over the world. In Italy, they call him Il Fantasma, In Japan, he is thought to be one of the Tengu, a type of legendary creature found in Japanese folk religion. Even one of the most devastating periods in human history has been attributed to him. The Black Death that spread all across Europe throughout the mid-14th century. Even recently, the Gas Man has been spotted. In February 2014, the Ukrainian Revolution took place after many violent riots in the capital of Kiev. You've seen the news and you know the story. I won't educate you on the details. But throughout this tumultuous time, there was one constant and reoccurring question. Who is the Gas Man? Pictures of a shrouded, masked figure spread like wildfire across the internet. Stories were created about this mysterious man, often seen standing before burning buildings or amidst plumes of smoke. Why here? Why now? Why ever? Well, it's as I've told you before. The Gas Man is a harbinger. He is not a threat. He only warns of one. Quite frankly, I have no idea what's about to happen. I can't exactly explain the feeling one gets when you see the Gas Man for yourself, which is what makes this all the more insane. But I promise you, the Gas Man is real. And if he ever comes to visit you or your family, well, I don't believe in God, but I will pray for you. Because nothing good ever comes from a visit from the Gas Man. On the 25th of March, at 14:57 GMT, the world stopped for 27 minutes and 54 seconds. No one noticed at first. Those that eventually did were ordered to keep quiet. There was no sudden jolt, no collapsing into unconsciousness, no transition into utter darkness and back again. Nothing. For everyone, time had appeared to pass as normal, 1 second moving uneventfully into the next. Birds flew, people talked, the wind and the rain blew and fell respectively. Nothing had occurred to indicate that anything untoward or unexpected had happened to the inhabitants of Earth. Only those who looked beyond our planet and its ring of constantly chattering satellites now found that the rest of the universe told a different story. NASA and related space agencies noticed first. Signals to ongoing missions beyond those in orbit around the Earth were off by almost 30 minutes. Frantic investigations revealed that the same time discrepancy was occurring for all incoming signals. Naturally, they came to the conclusion that the problem must therefore lay not with these external elements, but with the computers on Earth. But this led to a bigger question. One computer glitch was possible, but all of the various space agencies' computers across the globe showing the same failure at exactly the same time? Naturally, a virus or a sophisticated global hacking attack was the next obvious answer. An international team to investigate such a large, well-coordinated cyber attack was being discussed when the first calls of alarm came in from confused and concerned astronomers, and the true significance of what had actually happened became known. Using data retrieved from telescopic arrays at Jodrell Bank, Palo Alto, Mount Pleasant, and others across the world, confirmed against existing stellar records and computeral models of the local galaxy and beyond it, it became apparent that for 27 minutes and 54 seconds, the Earth had somehow been out of sync with the rest of known time and space. In essence, the world as we knew it had winked out of existence during this period and then returned as if nothing had happened. For all intents and purposes, during that short window of time, we had ceased to be. The International Investigation Team was repurposed, a blank check written, giving it its pick of resources and the best minds on their field, all to investigate this one event, and all sworn to the utmost secrecy. None of them needed to be told the panic that would ensue if this information became public before a suitable and hopefully reassuring reason could be given for the event. Those that couldn't keep silent were quickly and quietly silenced themselves. Despite the various project names assigned to the subteams, those involved began referring to the event in a half-joking manner as the day God blinked. In casual conversation between project members, this was eventually shortened even further to just the blink. After 6 rings, Ben finally opened the door. "Mark, what are you doing here?" "You invited me, remember?" "Did I? How odd. Well, I probably had a reason at the time. It's still good to see you anyway. Come on in." I'd known Ben since childhood. We attended the same schools for a while, before his crazily high IQ led him onto a fast track of higher education and beyond. We kept in touch though. His parents were sensible enough to realize he needed some grounding in the real world, and encouraged our friendship with the usual sleepovers and camping trips. Their smarts lay in forcing Ben not to let his social skills atrophy completely, like a lot of very intelligent kids were wont to do. As a result, whilst he was frequently sidetracked and forgetful, he still functioned in normal society with a degree of success. After our respective schooling had finished, we both moved into the IT industry, although at vastly different levels. For myself, I now work in tech support, mostly maintaining insurance systems for a range of small, independent companies. Boring, but it pays well and allowed me to travel. He, on the other hand, was self-employed and preferred working from his apartment of solitude, as he called it, referring to himself as a consulting technician. He'd gotten the idea from watching reruns of Sherlock. His work was a lot more varied and advanced, and while he never openly admitted to hacking, he certainly had enough technical knowledge and experience to have been employed in the past by such names as Google, Microsoft and IBM when they needed someone to test the all-new, unshakable security they'd just put in place, or track down those that had subsequently been able to breach their all-new, unshakable security. He preferred the latter work, he told me. It added the thrill of the chase, plus it usually paid better. What was less well known was the work he occasionally did, off the books, for groups as the Department of Defense and the NSA. He admitted his working for them was twofold. 1, they wanted his expertise and brilliance, and 2, it allowed them to keep tabs on his expertise and brilliance. He didn't mind this, as he explained once. "Well, it keeps them happy knowing where I am and what I'm doing, or at least what they think I'm doing." And then he'd grin and pass me the latest decoded email he'd intercepted. He didn't do anything with the stuff he found, he just enjoyed the challenge. To be completely honest, sometimes it was hard to pin out just who Ben was and what his motivations were from one moment to the next. I'd just grown up accepting him and his eccentricities quickly coming to the conclusion his life was a complex pattern of impulses and ideas, woven together from threads that were as much madness as genius. There was his belief that every time someone said, abracadabra, an angel lost its wings, or that the common cold existed as a vast hive mentality that avoided detection by its elements constantly hopping from body to body. Mad, crazy stuff like that. Half the time I thought he was joking. For the rest, I just hoped he had enough common sense to rein it in when in public. Then there were the times he did, and said things that ended up on the opposite end of that, when what he said made absolute, unnerving sense. On those occasions, he spoke with a lucidity that had seemed to cut through all the crap humankind had built around its certainties and beliefs, as if he'd touched on some universal truth we should all by rights know. All I could do at those times was marvel at how someone with such a kaleidoscope for a brain, entertaining such a maelstrom of contradictory thoughts constantly, could suddenly bring all those elements together to produce those single, blindingly white lights of truth. Then he'd suddenly go off on a tangent, accusing his neighbours of being CIA agents trialling neurotoxins on the local cats, and we'd be back to normal. Still, I came at his summons. Despite the crazed theories and old habits, it was definitely the most entertaining conversation around. Plus, his library of illegally downloaded films was truly a wonder to behold. That, and he was my friend. It was during a piece of work for NASA, idling through their secure systems, looking for proof of Area 51 during his time off, that led him to first discover, and then piece together, all the facts concerning March 25th and the blink found by the international team so far. Being his only close friend, he decided to fill me in on this ongoing conspiracy, mainly so he could show off his talents once more, hence the invitation. As he spoke, he appeared completely oblivious to how my face was gradually growing more and more incredulous. He described what the world's space agencies and astronomers had discovered, and how a secret, scientific think tank was now investigating what had happened. Physicists, quantum theorists, mathematicians, the whole spectrum of sciences, all focused on this one problem and the questions associated with it. What had happened? Why it had happened? And most importantly, was it likely to happen again? And if so, what was the risk of it being permanent? He told me of the news blackout, and how any amateur astronomers or similar who now came to the same conclusions were to either be brought on board, treated as cranks, or disappeared with extreme prejudice. Their biggest fear was a mass panic, he said, or the world's religions taking credit on behalf of their respective gods, and several genocidal wars kicking off as a result. As he said, there's nothing more disconcerting, I guess, than not being able to trust your own reality. We've been raised in a world where it's fine to distrust your government, your employers, even your family, but your own entire existence? Definitely a recipe for chaos. Places like CERN have been placed on almost permanent hiatus. The governments of the world have no proof experiments like the ones they were doing there are the cause. But then I suppose they had to point the finger somewhere until more evidence showed up. There's a lot of theoretical work being done now, but pretty much zero practical. I guess it's only a matter of time before they get the script writers from Doctor Who to brainstorm a possible cause. He sighed at this, sat back in his swivel chair, and spun around, gazing at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Then, he slowly came to a stop and returned his gaze to me, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Then, on the other side, you have all the religions. At this, he paused again, looked around his clustered desk, and then started building what looked like a tower of various bits and pieces. As it slowly grew in height, he continued speaking. Remember our Bible classes? I liked the stories, if not the morality. I especially liked the story of Babel. The rising structure of books, hard drives, chocolate bars, magazines, and other random items his hands could find and reach had risen to a height just below his chin. He added a few more items, adding to the precarious sway it already had. Pausing again, his hands not touching it but spread wide on either side, ready to stop any imminent collapse, he attempted the voice of an old English vicar delivering a sermon. Man in his hubris decided to build a tower to God, so he may converse with his creator. God, though, in his glorious wisdom, decided man should not be allowed to do this, and took steps to rectify the situation, so he cursed mankind with the gift of many tongues. He smiled at this, his eyes never leaving the tower, and returned to his normal voice. Well, many a project, plan or piece has been ruined by the inability of people to understand each other. It might be that humanity is overreaching itself again, with a final proof of existence of the Higgs boson. Maybe God's decided we're getting too close again, and he's selfish about his tricks. Time for another lesson, perhaps. At this, he slowly closed his hands into a fist on either side of the precarious edifice he had created. Then, with a single finger, gingerly pushed it near the top. With a crash, his metaphorical tower shattered across the table and floor. He waited until the sound of the books and rubbish falling had died away before speaking again, this time in a thoughtful voice. Maybe the blink, as they call it, was God giving us a heads up, a warning to stop encroaching on his intellectual property, else risk the consequences. Then he grinned, his tried and true atheism once more reasserting itself. Personally, looking at all the facts so far accumulated, I believe the answer lies even further afield, he said, a knowing smile on his face. I took a comfort break at this point, shaking my head at this new conspiracy theory. When I got back, he'd moved on already, his head now buried in the side of a PC tower case, now perched on a different desk he reserved for mechanical endeavours. It was quiet for a while, broken only by his humming as he fiddled inside the case, whilst I looked for somewhere reasonably clean to sit. Then, abruptly, he spoke again, his voice oddly masked by the case. As I was saying, I believe the answers they seek lie further afield. I have statistical proof, in fact. Statistics? You? He'd often laughed at statistics in the past, and blamed them for 63.75% of the world's ills. In his mad pedantry, he had indeed worked out a formula that he said proved this figure. That being said, he told me once he could destroy the world with a single spreadsheet, and in my more fatalistic moments, I honestly believed him. I accept. Statistics in all their perceived infallibility are the most fallible things in the world, he mumbled from inside the case, reaching aimlessly for a screwdriver on the desk next to him with a hand-coloured orange and black from a mix of grease and Cheetos. Take a work of fiction and add numbers to it, and suddenly it becomes non-fiction. Add a pie chart and a graph, and it becomes an inviolate truth. Bollocks, I said, only half listening as I lounged on a large, dirty beanbag littered with wrappers and the odd wire. He then retracted his head from the case, looked me in the eyes, and said, with a devilish glint in his own, "Pass it to the right people in the right places at the right time, and it becomes law." I replied, deciding not to entertain his paranoid fantasies further in favour of a magazine I just found on the floor, amongst all the other junk haphazardly discarded as part of his less than ordered, less than sanitary lifestyle. He grunted at my lack of enthusiasm for continuing one of his favourite topics and buried his head back in the tower case once more before continuing away. However, in those cases, I'm referring to your basic bias statistics, marketing, pressure group, political, that kind of unreliable crap. Now, pattern recognition, that element within the field of otherwise exploitable statistics, that I do have time for. Extracting his head again, he looked around the desk the case was on, shifting papers this way and that as he continued, partially lost in thought. "You've heard of SETI, of course?" "Hold on, if we're back into alien territory, you can kiss my ass right here and now." He fixed me with a glare, and I threw my hands up in the air in resignation, muttering, "I'm sorry, please continue, oh knowledgeable one." "Thank you. SETI, the search for extraterrestrial life, one of their jobs being the analysis of signals bouncing in and around our local galaxy, of which they have never found any conclusive proof of intelligent life," I reminded him poignantly. He ignored me. "What if the patterns they've been looking for are wrong? And what if you could analyse these seemingly random signals another way? What if there is a pattern, but it's spread over a longer period so you don't even see it as a pattern?" "Aha!" Triumphantly, his hands came out of a pile of books, clutching a pad of post-it notes, scattering the books across his desk in doing so. Fishing a pen from his trousers, I saw him scribble "to do" on the top note and slapped it on the side of the tower's case, before turning around to face me with an excited grin on his face. "Have you been watching the Discovery Channel again? Is there a UFO special in this week?" I asked him, pointedly. He looked at me indignantly, though I noticed he quickly closed the TV guide that had been open on his desk amongst the mess. "What if I told you I'd written my own pattern recognition algorithm? What if I told you that I'd found a message in those signals?" "Bullcrap," I said quietly, suddenly less sure of myself, now more than a little shaken by what this meant if he had indeed succeeded in discovering a message from an alien race. "Well, it wasn't easy," he continued, feigning an air of false modesty. "And I do have the NSA to thank, although if they discover I've been running this algorithm in the background of their decryption supercomputer, then I may have to leave abruptly or apologise. You can never tell what mood they'll be in one day to the next." "Ben, what about the message?" I said firmly, cutting him short, standing to face him. "Oh, that." He went quiet, looking around evasively. My doubts quickly returned. "What was the message, Ben?" "Well, it was short, and it really is rather impressive decoding anything like this obviously." "Ben!" He paused, and then said abjectly, "Hello, are you content?" There was a few seconds of silence before I started laughing uncontrollably, mostly out of relief. Ben looked indignant. Well, I think it's a very poignant message. Better than prepare to be annihilated. Oh god, hold on a sec, I can't breathe. You had me crapping myself for a moment there. I take it then you don't believe what I've found is a message from an alien race. Would you please stop laughing? I'm sorry. Ben, you've got to admit, if you were to imagine contact from another species, I think I'd be looking for something a little more, I don't know, profound? I mean, we've sent out a gold disc giving a snapshot of the human race and our knowledge, music, mathematics, you name it. And what do the hyper-intelligent aliens send back? The equivalent of, "Have a nice day." You don't think it's from outer space then? He reiterated. I looked at his pained expression and answered in a more reasonable voice. Look, Ben, I'm sorry. I think your algorithm found a pattern that wasn't there, and extrapolated meaning from it. Turning, I returned to the beanbag and my perusal of the magazine. He stood there a few moments, and then he turned and flopped down in a large, comfortable swivel chair behind another desk. This one littered with laptops in various states of construction and deconstruction, connected by an array of cables in what appeared like haphazard fashion. Pressing the on switches of 3 of them, his face was illuminated with the telltale glow of their screens. His focus fleeting between the screens and his fingers dancing across the keyboard in front of him. He had nevertheless decided to continue and began outlining his newest theory. I disagree. I'll go even further and state that this is an alien species with an interest in the human race, a species directly involved in the evolution of mankind. Here we go. Are we really back on the engineer's theory once more? Has Ridley Scott been sending you secret messages in his films again? I muttered, not looking up from the page I was now reading. He ignored this and continued. Think about it. The human body is an amazing machine. It regulates itself, heals itself, and has the ability to create more of itself through reproduction. I thought you only believed in things you had experienced yourself, I asked, peering over the top of the magazine at him, my voice now openly amused. I saw him scowl before he continued with his monologue. As I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, the human body is an amazing machine, and that is exactly what it is. A piece of technology, built using biological parts rather than mechanical ones. It is not, however, a perfect machine. What do you mean? I asked, despite myself. Well, think about it. It has its own defensive capabilities in the form of white blood cells to ward off illnesses, the ability to heal wounds, etc., etc. Occasionally, though, this excellent piece of machinery goes wrong. It functions incorrectly. It overreacts to certain stimuli. It has a faulty piece of code, if you will. And what's that? Why, cancer, of course. What? I asked, shocked despite myself. It was only another crazy conversation with Ben, but the word cancer always sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. I'd seen enough of its effects on friends and family to be adverse to even its mentioning. Ben, though, oblivious to my discomfort, had continued. Cancer is the body performing incorrect actions, creating cells where it does not need to. It's not an attack from an external source causing this, but rather an internal failure of the biological system. A mistake, nothing more. We have, in essence, a design flaw, and if our god or gods are supposedly infallible, then logic dictates we were not built by a benign, omnipotent being, but rather are constructs of more fallible ones. Action should have been taken to rectify these errors, to complain, if you will. Despite myself, I took another look over the magazine at him, nervous now for a reason I couldn't quite put my finger on. What did you do? Why, I sent a message back telling them this, of course. I hadn't seen Ben in 6 months. Work had kept me busy in London, and he wasn't one for texting or casual telephone conversations to catch up. Then one day, he called me up suddenly to come visit. By this time, snippets of information about the blink had begun to leak out onto the internet, on even some of the more respected sites and journals. Most people saw it as just another mad conspiracy theory. Having spoken to Ben before though, when he'd outlined all the data, the fact that all the sources were now relaying the same information sent chills through me. It was one thing for it being just another of his crazy theories, but quite another when a growing number of external bodies were now seeming to confirm the event's existence. This time, when I rang his doorbell, he answered on the first ring, but I wasn't ready for the sight when he opened the door. He was haggard and tired, like he hadn't slept in days, and his clothes were rumpled and dirty, even more so than normal. As I stood there, I caught a look in his eyes. They were bloodshot, and there were large, dark circles under them. But there was a calm I hadn't seen before, which was echoed in his voice as he welcomed me in. I couldn't quite put my finger on it at first, but then it dawned on me. I had seen and heard this kind of response before in those who were in the final stages of terminal illness. Acceptance. I felt my body prickle with unease, that chill that ripples across your skin when you stop thinking in the past or the future, and all your attention is suddenly focused on the now, because you know the world you're used to is about to change in some fundamental way. I paused in the doorway and looked at him in the eyes. Then, without thinking, I drew him into a massive bear hug. Ben had never been one for physical contact in all the time I'd known him, but he accepted the hug without question, and I felt some kind of tension release from him. We parted after a short while, and I asked him sincerely, "Are you okay? Nothing wrong with you?" No, nothing physically at least." Good. Because you look like crap." He laughed weakly at that, and then quieted. We stood there silently for a few moments, before the thought that had been nagging at my mind since he'd invited me forced itself out. "I've noticed on the web there's a lot of noise about this blink thing you mentioned the last time. I was wondering, did you get an answer?" He smiled weakly, ignoring my question, inviting me in and simply pointing me to the large beanbag for me to sit, as I had done so many times before. If anything, his apartment was even messier than the last time, but somehow the impression of organized chaos was gone. This was just mess that had been left to accumulate, like the owner no longer cared. As I sat down, he went over to a desk and fiddled with a laptop, moving some random items on the desk, almost like he was stalling. Then, turning to face me, resting himself against the desk, he asked me, in a vague voice, "Do you remember what I was talking about the last time you visited?" "You mean the alien thing?" I answered, trying to make my voice sound light, the smirk on my face forced and obviously fake. I'd given in to his suspicions and he knew it. Before, he would have rubbed this fact in my face, but today, he didn't. Sure, things didn't seem to matter to him anymore, which made my voiceless fears even greater. Not just humanity, but all life on Earth has been engineered. An external source created it and maintained it. It is my belief. At this, he laughed, a dry, mocking laugh, at his use of a word he had previously despised. It is my belief now that the Earth has experienced various stages of life. There have probably been several of these stages, back from when Earth was first formed, up to and including today. Of course, these earlier versions we have no substantial evidence of. The last one before us, though, we do have several indicators lying around. He left it hanging, waiting for my mind to catch up. It didn't take long, although I was surprised at how easily I was accepting what was possibly another one of his eccentric theories. "You mean the dinosaurs, don't you?" I said quietly, his restraint somehow infecting me as well. A small smile arranged itself on his lips again, though the sadness never left his eyes. Indeed, those big, stumbling sods before us. For the sake of clarity, I've classed them as version 5.0 of life on Earth. We are version 6.0, I now have reason to believe. "What about your message? Did you get an answer?" I asked again, a bit more impatiently. "Not just my message. The Earth's been sending radio signals and more out for quite a few years now. If we can find their signals, as I've proven, they can certainly pick up ours, even the unintended ones." "What are you trying to say, Ben?" "That they got our messages, and they took action." I tried to swallow now in a dry throat. "What action?" "You work in technical support. What is usually your first recommendation when something stops working correctly?" "I don't know. Usually turning it off and back on again does the trick in the majority of cases." At this, my voice trailed off as I realized what he was implying. What this said about the 25th and the lost 27 minutes and 54 seconds. Ben started laughing, trailing off into a sad cough as he saw what he'd said to take hold in my mind. Then, he suddenly went off at a tangent, just like the old days, and I listened, despite the sick feeling in the pit of my stomach, at what I was now thinking. Chariots of the gods! Chariots of the frigging gods! Imagine that! Aliens coming down to teach ancient civilizations new tricks. Or maybe they didn't. Maybe version 6.0 was still under warranty at that time, and part of that warranty included on-site maintenance. Hell, my money's on the Greek gods actually being extraterrestrial consultants sent down to fix bug problems. Makes you wonder which messed up piece of code triggered Pompeii. "Shut up!" I suddenly raged. Maybe he was in one of his mad phases again, but I knew that he wasn't. The sane, logical part of me didn't want any more truth. Knew I couldn't handle any more. I looked up, and Ben was staring at me. Not in anger, but in sympathy. He settled down next to me on the beanbag, passing me a beer he had obviously just fished out of a small fridge he kept behind his desk. I took a long swig, let my breathing settle, and then passed it. Taking that as a cue to continue, he did, but quieter this time, less tinged with the hysterical note that had appeared to be emerging in his speech earlier, like he'd reached the peak of his madness and was now trailing off the other side. It would explain why so many people believed in pantheons of gods back in the day. Alien engineers popping down to fix the system whilst we were still covered. Just like Microsoft ending support for older versions of Windows though. Maybe we just passed the date where version 6.0 of life on Earth was covered, and they stopped coming. He took a swig and passed it back, his voice now wistful, his eyes unfocused, trying to look across the unfathomable void where he imagined our progenitors resided. And now, in this age of radio and microwave signals, the people of Earth are finally sending messages and emails that can be picked up by their gods, bemoaning this and that failure with their bodies, their families, and the world around them, demanding answers, and these messages tumble out across the ether of space, picked up by some backwater tech support desk in some forgotten nebula. The number of messages reaches a critical mass, a statistical point where action must be taken, and some alien equivalent of a high school dropout named Gary checks the scrap of paper on his desk for the instructions to an age-old piece of software. He downed the rest of the beer, and then turned it off and on again. Silence reigned for a few minutes, during which he stood up and made another trip to the fridge, this time bringing back several more bottles. He settled back down on the beanbag and passed me one before he spoke again. "I got a message back, you know," he said simply. I looked at him incredulously and then demanded, "Jesus, Ben, what did it say?" His eyes were dark, pausing a long while before reaching into his back pocket and slowly unfolding a piece of paper, mumbling something about decryption software, language analysis and word auto-formatting, before passing it to me. It read, "Dear Earth, thank you for replying in regard to our recent query as to your ongoing happiness with your software. We passed on your multiple concerns to the relevant technical support help desk. Unfortunately, ongoing support for your current version of Life 6.0 has ended. The initial reboot of your hardware/software attempted previously appears to not have resolved your issues. Therefore, we will be refreshing your system to the previously stable release Life 5.3. Your contract does not include backup/restoration of existing data, so all your current data will be wiped post-version Life 5.3. Thank you for using Life, and please contact us if further issues occur. Best regards." "Refresh?" was all I could mutter, confusion and dread dulling my senses. Using the version numbering as a guide, my guess is that would be resetting the Earth back to the late Jurassic period, he murmured thoughtfully, taking another swig of beer. I sent a message back, of course, asking them not to do anything. I even couched it in the proper terms. We have decided to continue with our current installation. Please do not reboot nor refresh the system. Please ignore all other bug reports unless forwarded by me, Ben Glover, sysadmin of Earth. Hopefully they got it in time. Bug reports? Prayers. Oh. Then I looked at him again, the look of disbelief in my eyes. Sysadmin of Earth? He didn't meet my gaze, but rather sheepishly kept his eyes locked to his beer bottle. Well, I had to sound like I was in charge, didn't I? "Do you think they got your message?" I asked, hopefully, after a pause. "I honestly don't know. We can hope, though. By my calculations, we'll know in the next couple of hours or so. That's why I invited you over, I guess. So we can watch the end together. Then again, we might just wink out of existence." His voice trailed off. Silence reigned again, broken only by our occasional sips. There wasn't, in all truth, very much else to say. After a while, he finished his beer, rested it gently down next to him, and then yawned expansively, leaning back on the beanbag with his hands clasped behind his head, and said matter-of-factly, "Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't think the dinosaurs were given a fair enough crack of the whip the first time round. Only right they should be given another go." I turned in disbelief to argue with him at this irresponsible attitude, and then saw the barely suppressed laughter in his eyes. When all was said and done, what was there left to do but wait and see what happened, and laugh at the absurdity of it all? He started, and I joined in, till the tears were rolling down our cheeks. And there we sat, laughing and drinking beer, until our world ended. Maybe. It all started on the 14th night of March, the night of my parents' 20th wedding anniversary. It was a wonderful, sunny day, if memory serves. Surprisingly warm for before the beginning of spring. The beautiful weather was perfect for the atmosphere of the day. Being married for 20 years is obviously a momentous occasion, so my parents had booked a table at our favourite Italian restaurant. Of course, this was a formal occasion, so I had my best suit on. It was 5:33, and I was just straightening my tie when my phone went off. I'd received a message. That's strange, I thought. That never happens. I checked the message. It was from my mum. It was quite a jumble of numbers and letters, but through the vocabulary stew, I could make out one legible phrase. "Please help me." It should go without saying that this worried me greatly, so I immediately replied, "Are you okay?" Just as instantly, I got another text which read, "Oops, pocket text." I sighed with all the relief I had and continued to prepare myself. A few minutes later, I received yet another message, this time from my dad. I checked the text, and once again, it was a massive mixture of letters and numbers, with the phrase, "Please, help me," concealed within. Creepy though this was, my dad was always a joker, so I presumed he was just joking around. Until I was sent another text saying, "Oops, pocket text." Now, this sparked panic. Pure, unmistakable panic. Exactly half a minute passed when I received the exact same 2 messages from my sister. Thus, could not be coincidental. It just couldn't. In a state of sheer anxiety, I started to run to the restaurant. I made it about a quarter of the way before I was stopped by a police officer. "Main road's closed," he said. "Huge car crash." This was the exact moment I realized just what had happened. I demanded to see the wreckage, a request which I was surprised was allowed. When I got there, it wasn't the remnants of the car that caught my eye, nor the flames billowing from the destroyed vehicle. No, I was horrified to see the lifeless corpse of my mother, father, and sister. I asked for the estimated time of their deaths. All three of them were killed instantly by the collision at 5:32, a minute before the very first text. I don't really remember what happened before it all went dark. I think I was in a car. All I can remember was the loud noise, some screech of metal on metal, and then nothing. I woke up in this beeping place. I'm not sure where I am because I can't seem to open my eyes. Silly, isn't it? I can definitely feel the blanket on top of me and the beep, beep, beep beside me, but I can't open my eyes, or talk, or move. People come to poke me every now and then, and I always try to talk to them. Can someone tell me what's happened to my eyes? I can't open them, I tried to say, but my vocal cords don't seem to want to cooperate, so I guess I'll just wait. These people seem to know what they're doing. They poke in the same place every time, sometimes with their fingers, sometimes with a sharp thing with no name. They don't say much, these people. Just come, poke, sigh, and go. Someone opened my eye and held a flashlight over it. It hurt, and I couldn't tell them to stop, but just the movement of my eye felt amazing. Did you know that if you don't open your eyes for a long time, they can stick to your eyelids? I didn't. I do now. It didn't hurt though. It just felt good when it unstuck. Someone's been holding my hand and reading me stories. They're 7 chapters into Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets now. I tell them that I've read them, but I can't. They hold my hand sometimes and just sit with me, so it's just me, them, and the beep, beep, beep. I think it's my mom. She was crying today. I wanted to make her happy and not sad, but something's definitely wrong with my arms because I couldn't hug her better. I'll just have to tell her when I can that I wanted to help. Some people came into the room while Mum was crying, said that she should leave, that she shouldn't be here for this. But I didn't recognize the voice, and I didn't want Mom to go. I was scared. She cried louder, said, "No, he's still there." And I wanted to shout, "Of course I am. Where would I have gone?" And everyone left. Mom came back a bit later, sniffing. She sat down and started crying a bit louder and louder until she was almost screaming. And then she hit me, right in the face. I couldn't tell what I'd done wrong, but she hit me again and again and again, and I couldn't say sorry or cry or stop her. Only sit there until the men came and took her away. 2 of the men stayed though, and they were mumbling, and I couldn't make out what they were saying until I caught the word coma. I wanted to scream, shake, jump up, and slap him in the mouth. But I couldn't. I couldn't say stop. Couldn't say, "Please, I'm here. I can hear you. Please don't do this." Nothing. I could only sit there while they poked me with a sharp thing with no name that must be a needle. The beep 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 turned into a beep beep, and I felt myself get tired. I wanted to ask what they were doing, what they thought it would help to slow the beeping down, but I couldn't. I was screaming at the top of my lungs, but I wasn't moving. I don't want to die. I don't want to fade away. I need to hug Mom. Tell her everything's okay. Tell her I'm here and I'm fine. But I don't think I'll get the chance now. Beep, beep. Sirens blared through the still night sky. In a haze of flashing red lights, I slowly opened my eyes, thoroughly confused about what was going on. I was in my car, the windscreen in front of me shattered to bits, my head throbbing something awful. I looked beside me, and there she was, knocked unconscious, or worse, dead. It all came back to me in a flash. The missteer, the car smashing right into the side of the building. I tried to remember what I had tried to avoid which caused the fateful swerve, but my mind drew a blank. Ambulances had already arrived at the scene. There were a couple of paramedics prying the passenger side door loose, pulling her out and placing her onto a gurney. I stumbled out the car myself, relatively uninjured by the crash it seemed. Besides the headache, I didn't seem to have other major injuries. She was rushed to a nearby ambulance in a haze of frantic EMT activity and general medical mumbo-jumbo. I tried to overhear what her situation was, but couldn't make out any words clearly. I realized my ears were ringing, probably part of the headache. In a confused daze, I automatically climbed into the back of the ambulance with her, fighting every throbbing cell in my brain. I attempted to shout a few words of encouragement to her unconscious body. The paramedics probably just assumed we're together, having been in the same vehicle, and didn't seem to object to me tagging along. In fact, they barely seemed to care I was in for the ride. Reaching the hospital set off another set of frenzied actions. Hospital staff appeared from nowhere at the ambulance door and whisked her away through the swinging metal doors before I had a chance to stumble out and onto the sidewalk. Catching up, I saw her being wheeled into a room to the left of the waiting area and rushed in after the group of nurses surrounding a stretcher. Another vague exchange of medical jargon between an ER doctor and his nurses, and from nowhere, an ominous-looking device I understood to be a defibrillator emerged. The doctor moved swiftly, and before they had a chance to clear the room of people, namely me, Vaseline the cold metal plate and zapped her. Nothing. He repeated the action 3 more times before she sputtered suddenly to life. At that moment, all the stress in the world seemed to be lifted off my little shoulders. She was alive. All this time, I was more or less sure she would have been, but there was always that little voice talking to me in the back of my head saying, "She's gone." She opened her eyes slowly, amidst the hacking and coughing, and eventually they met my relief-drenched gaze. In that moment, my feeling of euphoria vanished. Something about the way she looked at me broke my heart. Why? I didn't know. A single tear escaped her eye and rolled down her cheek. And that's when the doctor turned and walked right through me. December 22nd, 2012. Dear Michael, Hey babe, I haven't heard from you in a while. I just wanted to check in. I've missed you so much since summer. I just wanted to write to you about how much I'm looking forward to seeing you again on Christmas. My mother and I are making those cookies that you loved last time. It sucks that we live so far away from each other now, but I still love you. So, get over here on Christmas and let me show it. Love, Maria. December 26th, 2012. Dear Michael, Now, first and foremost, I wanted to say I'm not angry with you at all. I know that you have a very busy life now that you've gone away for school. I still love you, and I hope that you had an amazing Christmas. I was sure you would come, but I remember my mother saying something about something happening to you so you couldn't come. It's alright. I'm sure it was more important than driving all the way here just for dinner. I really hope to see you sometime soon during your holiday, babe. Love, Maria. January 1st, 2013. Dear Michael, Hey babe, I just wanted to check in on you again. I was shopping and saw a bunch of those hats you love to wear on sale. They reminded me of you, so I picked one up for you. I really look forward to giving it to you once you come visit. Can't wait. Love, Maria. January 7th, 2013. Dear Michael, do you remember that time we took your father's boat out to the bay? You took me in your arms and told me that one day we'd have a family together. We'd live in a riverside house together. We'd have 2 dogs and 2 sweet little girls that we would care for with each other. You said one day, when you're done with college, you'll take me to see the world, and you'll buy us our own boat so we can go out into the cove with our children and enjoy life. I don't know why, but I'm really missing you right now. Again, I know you're busy, but please try to visit soon. I know you're trying your best. I'll see you soon. I can't stop thinking about you. No one understands it. It's their loss. They're just jealous. I should make them go away. There's no one here. I miss you. Love, Maria. January 13th, 2013. Dear Michael, I had a friend over in my room. I told her about the letters I've been sending you. I also told her about how long I've been waiting for you to come visit. She said that you would never come. I don't know why she was so mean like that. I thought it was really rude. I got mad at her and then yelled at her to leave. I didn't want people to talk about you like that. Why would anyone say that you were not coming? I know you are. I know you'll be here any minute, and I'll be standing at my door, waiting for you. Maybe you've already come, and I've been busy or asleep or something. I'm so stupid then. My mom isn't any help. She doesn't like you, especially now. You'll prove everyone wrong when you get here. Then, they'll go away. Love you, babe. Love, Maria. January 17th, 2013. Dear Michael, I miss you so much. I kind of expected you to have come by now, and I wanted to introduce you to my friends. But since you're so busy, and I get that, I invited them all over and we talked about you. Well, to be honest, only one friend actually showed up. The others went away. We spent Friday night talking about you. I just went on and on. I talked about how you had an amazing smile, and how you made all my problems go away when you held me in your arms. I don't know why, but after a while, the friend I had invited ran out of the room. She had tears in her eyes and was holding her hands to her eyes. She left right afterwards and didn't even say goodbye. I guess she was so excited and happy for me that you were coming to visit. Or maybe she was jealous of how perfect of a boyfriend you are. I am getting that vibe from a lot of people for some reason. I don't know why. When you get here, we need to get away together. Just the two of us. I'm tired of people. They're not you, so they're nobody. Can't wait to see you. Love, Maria. January 20th, 2013. Dear Michael, I miss you so much. Yesterday, I locked myself in my room one morning and daydreamed about you. My mother barged in and yelled at me for not going to school though. She says I can't write any letters to you anymore. She said that you were never coming. Even worse, after school, a couple of my close friends came over. They all talked to me like I was stupid for some reason. They all said I couldn't write any letters to you anymore. They all said that you were never coming. How are they all jealous of me? You'll show them. I thought they were my friends too. You're my only real friend. Don't worry about the others. I can make them go away. It's fun. I've done it with a lot of people already. It's so easy. You'll show them. I can't wait for you to come. I know you'll come, and you'll hold me, and all my problems will go away. Please come. I miss you. Love, Maria. January 22nd, 2013. Dear Michael, I'm sorry. I've been expecting so much of you. I know you're really busy. I know you're trying your best to come to me. I'm only making you feel guilty by pinning all my problems on you. I'm only giving you more to worry about. How selfish of me. I'll come to you, Michael. Then, we can have our boat together. We can raise children together. We can be together. I can't believe I was being so stupid. I'm so stupid. Sorry, I just can't think right now. You always make it better. I'll be right there. God, I'm stupid, and I've been this entire time, so I'm sorry. I must sound like a horrible person. You are busy, and you are smart, and you are helping people, and I'm just being dumb. What kind of person am I? I'm sorry, I've been horrible to you. I'll be right there. Love you forever, Maria. A Maria Kuling was found in a bedroom late at night on January 22nd, 2013. She had hung herself. There were two things found on the bed. One was a packet comprising of the above letters. The second was a newspaper clipping. The article on the newspaper clipping was entitled, "College Student Killed in Fatal Highway Accident." The article on the newspaper was dated December 25th, 2012. It is said that her eyes gave a look as if it was worth it. Identifying exploding head syndrome, an uncommon phenomenon that causes a person, usually female, to suffer from sudden, loud, and unexplainable noises right on the verge of sleep. Noises which are jarring and can sound like the popping of fireworks, gunshots, the bang of slamming doors, and even loud explosions. In some cases, violent screaming or sobbing is heard. The most exceptional thing to note about the sleep disorder that is EHS is that noises do not occur within the head. Sounds are out of body and can be heard anywhere up to a block away by both ears. Although very little is known, psychiatrists speculate that EHS occurs when certain synapses in the brain fire off rather than settle down. What synapses and why, however, is still unknown. No one has proven this theory to be true, however, and doctors aren't even sure where to begin looking, let alone find an actual cure or remedy. Many subjects have claimed that a little rest and relaxation can help, but EHS never truly leaves those afflicted, and those with insomnia experience it much worse, some claiming to see flashes of light, even short bursts of unexplainable pain along with the noise. In extreme cases, EHS can develop into a more serious mental illness. When I was a kid, maybe 10 or 11 years old, I began hearing things right at the verge of sleep. You know that point I'm talking about, where you're still semi-conscious and things are fuzzy, but you're aware. That state. I'd be moments from drifting off to dreamland when bam, this horrible, loud noise will startle me awake. For the life of me, I can't really explain to you what the noise was like, what I could relate it to, but it was loud, and it scared the hell out of me. For the first few months, it happened maybe once or twice a week. I couldn't really explain it, and I was terrified of bringing it up to my mother because I didn't know if she would believe me. I was an imaginative kid after all, so I kept to myself right up until I got to my teens. I remember those nights. Sometimes I didn't even get any sleep. Time after time, just as my exhausted brain would begin to drift, bam, and again I'd be wide awake, full of terror and paranoia. Occasionally, on particularly bad nights, I'd hear other things, high-pitched noises, like screaming. It's the only thing I can think of to relate it to. The final straw was the night I kept hearing the banging. It was aggressive. I was so out of it that I didn't even need to close my eyes. I was constantly in that semi-conscious state, trapped within those damned noises, when finally I saw a bright light flash through my room. It lit every nook and cranny like a flashbang. It made my skin hurt just being near it, even though it was there and gone in less than a second. It woke my ass up completely, and I didn't sleep at all that night. I didn't even try. So, I finally told my mom. I couldn't take it anymore. It had gotten to the point that I was failing every class because I was dozing off constantly. I was lethargic, exhausted, and it felt like my brain had begun to shut down. I felt like I was going insane. She didn't believe me at first. and I don't blame her. I wouldn't have believed me either. She hadn't heard any of the noises I told her about, and the fact that I had heard them was even more strange to her. Why did I experience it when she and Dad didn't? My inability to describe the sounds didn't help either. It took some coaxing, a little bringing up of grades, and finally she agreed to take me to a psychiatrist for a mental evaluation. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but then again, who else to go to but a psych doctor? After a few tests, a few more weeks, and countless sleepless nights, they still had nothing but a hunch as to what my problem was. They guessed it was a rare form of synesthesia, the abnormality that caused senses in the brain to fuse together. They assumed that was why I was seeing and hearing things at the same time. But because I had only one occurrence of that, and because of my condition, they needed to do more intensive tests. The kind that even our insurance didn't cover. My mother rejected the offer immediately, even when they offered to cut the bill since I was a bit of an abnormality. I still don't blame her. I saw the cost after it had been cut, and it was far more than we could afford. So, as a last-ditch effort to help me, they prescribed me a drug called Seroneoxamil, or Serenu, as it was written in some fancy scribble on the bottle. But in order to do so, they had to go for their second theory as to what was wrong with me. They had diagnosed me with paranoid, delusional schizophrenia. Not something anyone wants to hear, especially at only 13 with the knowledge that they aren't crazy at all. Fortunately, the drug worked a little like paraphenazine, an antipsychotic medication, and methylphenidate, ADHD medication. I know that sounds weird because they are exact opposites of each other. One blocks dopamine and the other releases it. Apparently, the hat trick here was to try and regulate my brain. Serenu wasn't on the shelves yet, and it was still in testing, so I was a guinea pig. But at least it was free. And I could tell myself that I wasn't actually taking antipsychotic medication. Not technically, at least. The first night with the medication brought me silence and dreamless nights. And the following night, and the one after that, and so on and so forth. It was wonderful. Sure, it made my head feel like a fuzzball most of the time, and the side effects weren't great. But I could sleep. It made the noises stop completely. I managed to pull my grades out of the gutter and even graduate at the top of my class 5 years later. I still thought about it though. The idea that I had been wrongfully diagnosed for all those years. It set me a little on edge if I thought about it too long. I mean, it made the noises stop. But what was really wrong with me? After moving into my own apartment and putting college on hold for a while, I decided to do some investigating of my own. I couldn't exactly afford good mental health care, even with my insurance, so I went for the internet with my fingers crossed and hoped for the best. They say to never look a gift horse in the mouth. But I was only curious. I managed to find a medical site with a recently posted blog about a sleep disorder called Exploding Head Syndrome, or just EHS. All I had done was type in my symptoms, and there it was. Everything matched up perfectly. The only problem, no one really knew what it was. They knew the symptoms and narrowed it down to the time of the phenomenon in the brain, but nothing else. It was a completely new topic in a medical field, despite the claim that it's been documented for ages. I thought I was back to square one, until I happened upon a forum for people with EHS. Like any good researcher, I immediately went in to interview people on their personal experiences. Thankfully, everyone I spoke to was very informative. Many even suggested I try simple sleep aids like melatonin. I compared what I could remember of my sleepless nights to their accounts, and with every passing minute, I became more and more convinced that all I had was a simple sleep disorder. Everything matched up too perfectly to suggest otherwise. Just as I was about to get off, a new person joined the chat room. His username was The Watcher, and he introduced himself as such. At first, he seemed a little arrogant, listing off all his symptoms to me in an almost hoity-toity manner. But after I informed him that I had concluded my interviews and had come to a personal decision, he asked me what it was all about. So, I explained to him my situation in the most detail that I felt comfortable with, and he asked me what medication I was on. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not exactly a private person, but I also know how important it is to not be too open on the internet. This guy, though, I felt like he was looking at me under a microscope. We were only in a chat room, merely words on a screen, but something just felt off. Despite my better judgment, I told him about Serenu. By this time, the drug had passed all FDA regulations and had been on the public market for almost 3 years, so it was common knowledge. I then asked him why it was important. He dodged the question at first, and instead rattled off things about the drug that I already knew, until finally making a point that it was a very good drug for people with advanced cases of EHS. By this time, I had already made up my mind. I was going to stop Serenu and start taking homeopathic sleep aids instead. Again, yes, it worked, but that fuzzy head feeling had worn out its welcome after 5 years, not to mention the occasional nausea, loss of appetite, and stomach cramps. I began to type out a message thanking the Watcher when he posted again. It was a single word. Wait. I looked down at my message box to see a half-typed goodbye still waiting to be sent, and felt a shiver run down my spine. Another message popped up almost immediately after. Don't go yet, please. This is very important. I instinctively checked my security program and saw nothing. If this dude was hacking, he was doing a fairly good job of it. I stared at his message and gave a moment of consideration before deleting my departing message and simply responding with, "What?" His response was quick and to the point. "Don't stop taking seronoxamil." So, with a sigh, I asked, "Why?" He responded with, "Because it's the only thing keeping them from finding you." Now I was fully freaked out, and possibly a tiny bit irritated. Was this guy messing with me? I didn't really expect trolls to dwell on medical forums, but I guess they're everywhere. Still, I didn't leave the chat. The golden rule of the internet is to never feed the trolls. But I'll admit, I was curious to see where this was going, so I asked what he meant, and who they were. I wish I had never asked. This is what he said to me. EHS has been around for centuries, but only recently has gained attention. The reason? More people have it. And why do more people have it? Because they are getting hungrier. They are becoming gluttonous and greedy, so they're marking more and more people for the feast. Those sounds you heard? It's simple. It's them attempting to open the door to our world. Those sounds are echoes of their dimension slamming into ours, and only the unlucky hear the warning. The light you saw, that was the door being yanked open. But if you wake in time, the door will close. That's why it only appears as a flash. The final warning is pain. You mentioned feeling your skin burn, but that was only a side effect of being so close to the door opening. No, the real pain felt by those with EHS is much worse. It's a rending of flesh from bone. It's their claws digging deep into your skin. But again, if you manage to wake in time, it will stop. Unfortunately, there will be no proof of them ever touching you, not a single mark on your body, as if it never happened. The reason I beg you not to stop taking your medication is because it's the only thing keeping them from finding you. You may think it's only a dopamine regulator, but it's more than that to them. Those synapses firing off in your brain act like a GPS locator, and only when your mind is in that twilight state between waking and sleeping can they take you. But your medication is acting like a restrictor. It's preventing them from finding you again and taking you. You didn't make it to the final stage of VHS, but it sounds like you were close. So please, if you value your life, never stop. They'll find you if you do. I'm a pretty open-minded person, but this was ridiculous. I let the watcher speak his piece before closing out the window and shutting down my computer. I didn't even attempt to write a farewell. It was too late and I was too tired. I hadn't even noticed how long I'd actually been on the internet, but once I got off, I realized it was far too late to take my medication. I remember feeling a twinge of guilt and fear at the time, but I brushed it aside and decided to go to bed without any more help from Serenu. I had already made my decision anyway, and there was no risk of seizure or stroke if I stopped abruptly. And besides, I wasn't crazy. I just had a sleep disorder. In the morning, I would go out and buy some simple sleeping aids and get back to my normal life without the fog of medication. That night, I got the best sleep I had ever experienced. The next morning, I did exactly as planned and picked up a couple bottles of melatonin, along with some generic stuff from the medicine aisle. For about a week, everything was wonderful. No more fog, no more side effects, and not a single noise. But that all changed a few nights ago. To be honest, I can't really remember how long it's actually been. I haven't slept in so long. It all started when I took a few sleep aids before bed. I took them a little earlier than usual, but I felt like dozing, and I watched some mindless TV before turning in. It had to have kicked in rather quickly, because the next thing I remember was being woken by a loud slam from somewhere in my house. And as I opened my eyes, I saw a blinding flash from across my living room. In an instant, I lost power and everything in my home went completely dark. All I could see was that damned afterimage of the flash in pitch darkness. I don't know if I could ever explain the fear I felt in that moment. Not being able to see, not knowing if someone was creeping up on me at that moment. It was horrible. I panicked for a brief moment before talking myself into believing that it was only a power surge. It didn't explain the noise, but I just tried to ignore that. Within a few minutes, the electricity came back on, and I stayed up for a few more hours before the drowsiness became too much, and I headed off to bed. I was nearly asleep when it happened again, flash and all, in my dark room. By the time the sun had risen the next morning, it had happened maybe 5 or 6 more times, and I hadn't gotten any sleep. It happened again the next night, and the next. I'm taking caffeine pills now instead. I'm scared to fall asleep, but I can feel myself slipping. These past few hours, I've been jarred into consciousness by this horrible pain in the legs, and there's this new noise. It comes in intervals. I think it's saying my name. I can't be sure, but I assume that's what it is. I can't help but think of the Watcher's warning. I should have listened. I can't even remember where my Serenue is now, but I've got this feeling that it's too late anyway. They've already found me. Soon, I'll end up stuck in that constant state of semi-consciousness, and then they'll be able to grab me whenever they wish. I would imagine they've worked up quite an appetite trying to get to me. The only thing keeping me awake now is focusing on writing this. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. A memoir maybe? A warning? Let's call it a word of advice. Why should you believe me, instead of writing this off as the words of some crazy person who should have never stopped taking their antipsychotic medication? Why should you believe me when I tell you that the Watcher was actually right, when even I didn't believe him? And why should you go looking for help immediately if you are experiencing symptoms of EHS? It's pretty simple, actually. It's the only reason I know that what is happening to me is real. The reason I know they are real. It's the reason my mother refused to believe me at first, and why the psychiatrists insisted on further testing. It should be physically impossible for me to experience the symptoms of EHS. I shouldn't be able to hear the things I do. The loud noises, the high-pitched noises, the noise that sounds like they could be calling my name. even now, as I write this, I can hear it. I hear them. But I shouldn't be able to hear any of it. I was born deaf. October 15th, 2018 was the best and worst day of my life. It was the best day of my life because my wife had given birth to a beautiful baby boy. It was the worst day of my life because my wife went into a semi-induced coma, resulting from excessive blood loss. I took my new son, Sam, home that day and left my sick wife at the hospital. I was filled with so much sadness, yet so much love, all at the same time. Every night, I put my baby boy to sleep, and I was filled with absolute peace and joy. I had never seen a baby sleep as soundly as my son did. Every night, I wished I could hold my wife as we watched our son dream the night away. I wanted so badly to retain these wonderful images I had of Sam, and I knew my wife would want them too. I knew I had to do something. My next door neighbour and his wife gave birth to a little girl named Cindy 2 years prior. I remember them showing me a scrapbook filled with gorgeous sketches of animals, candies, toys and things of that sort. The sketches were created by a machine called Dream Sketch. The machine worked like a polygraph device, except it sketched whatever a person or child was dreaming of at that given time. I knew right then and there that I had found the answer I was looking for. When I brought the machine home, it came complete with a moderately sized sketching machine that came with a stack of paper, extra ink, and 2 small wireless sensors that were to be placed on the right and left side of the head of the dreamer. Later that night, I cradled my young son to sleep. I then put the 2 small sensors on both sides of Sam's head and turned on the machine. The machine buzzed softly on into the night. I stayed in Sam's room for nearly an hour before I went to bed, periodically watching the dream sketch and watching Sam sleep. I was excited as a kid before Christmas, waiting to see what my son would dream up. When I awoke the next morning, I went into Sam's room to wake him up. Sam lay calmly in his crib as he stared at me, smiling. Just as I was going to pick up Sam, I remembered the dream sketch. A single sheet of paper lay on the floor next to the dream sketch. As I picked up the sheet of paper, I could clearly see it was a drawing of my wife, lying in a hospital bed, fast asleep. Strange that such an image would be made from a newborn child, but there was something else that was odd about this drawing. Something that I couldn't quite figure out. It was then that I received the phone call. I don't recall who it was that gave me the news that day. It could have been a man or a woman for all I know. But what I do know for sure are the words that were spoken to me. Your wife is dead. It was then that I knew what was odd about the sketch in my hand. My wife's electrocardiogram was flatlined. With tears in my eyes and a lump in my throat, There laid Sam, calmly on his back, still staring at me, still smiling. I returned the dream sketch back to the store I bought it from and screamed at the employee who sold it to me. The employee did their best to explain to me that they have no control over what the dream sketch draws. That, of course, is all up to the person the dream sketch is hooked up to. The employee apologized profusely for the inconvenience, but I was inconsolable at that point. I was in a complete daze from the shock of my dead wife and knowledge that her death was foretold. Who it was foretold by was the real question at hand. Was it a mistake? Did the dream sketch have a malfunction of some sort? Was there no malfunction at all? Or was it my baby son that indeed dreamt of the death of my poor, departed wife? There was only one way to know for sure, and the answer terrified me. I left the store with a new dream sketch and waited anxiously for nightfall. It was difficult for me to rock Sam to sleep that night. He kept staring at me and smiling that damn smile of his. Eventually, he fell asleep and slept soundly while I frantically opened the box to the dream sketch and put all the necessary pieces in order. Once I connected the sensors to the right and left side of Sam's head, I sat there in Sam's room, quietly in the dark. I listened to the quiet hum of the dream sketch and waited for the drawing needles to start sketching something. My heartbeat increased with every minute that the night consumed, and still I watched the drawing needle. Bags under my eyes started to form as the moon shifted its position in the sky. My heartbeat began to decrease as I tried desperately hard to stay awake and watch the drawing needle. The machine continued to hum throughout the night as I fell asleep in my rocking chair, rocking myself into a deep sleep. I awoke in a sweat as I could feel Sam's eyes staring into my subconsciousness. I locked eyes with my son as he continued to smile that same damn smile, and I was frowning my same damn frown. I then looked down at the dream sketch and noticed another single sheet of paper lying down on the floor below. I dropped to my knees and crawled over to the paper, frightened as a child in the dark. I wanted nothing more than to crumple the paper up and burn it and never know what was drawn on it. But I couldn't. I had to know what was on the paper. I had to know who foretold my wife's death. I reluctantly looked at the paper and held my breath at the gruesome sight that lay before me. I looked on at the sheet of paper that had a drawing of a lunatic of a man carrying a bloody shotgun in one hand and a sheet of paper in the other. Two gory bodies lay on the floor below him. One of the bodies was a young woman in her mid-20s. The other body was of a little girl lying down dead next to a dream sketch. I recognized these people. I recognized that lunatic of a man. God help me. I knew who these people were. I looked out the window toward my next door neighbor's house and saw fire trucks and cop cars and several ambulances. When I walked outside, I spoke with one of the officers on my neighbor's lawn. He told me that my neighbor used his dream sketch on his wife. When my neighbour woke up and looked on the sheet of paper that his dream sketch produced, it was of his wife having sex with another man in a room, as his daughter, Cindy, lay in a basket being carried by a stork. The officer told me that my neighbour had gone insane and murdered his wife and daughter with a shotgun. After completing the heinous act, my neighbour put both barrels of the shotgun into his mouth and fired. It was clear to me then that my newborn son was a master of evil. But how? How could a baby know such terror? How could a baby foresee evil things to come? Could he, in fact, be an evil being? Or could he just see things to come, and these things just so happen to be the forces of evil? No. How could one see such evil, such terror, such brutality, and sleep so soundly at night? I knew then what must be done. I knew then that Sam, my baby boy, had to die. I stampeded up the stairs in a rage toward my child's bedroom. Blood pumped through my veins like never before. As I was prepared to do the unthinkable, I swung open Sam's door so ferociously that it made a gaping hole when it slammed against the wall. I expected to hear Sam cry from the loud crash, but only silence was heard. When I approached the crib, Sam was fast asleep. He slept as calmly and sweetly as ever before, but I knew what he was. I knew the true evil that lurked behind those eyes that stared at me so deeply, and that mouth that smiled that damn smile. I can admit at this point, I had gone completely mad. I wanted Sam to wake up. I wanted him to see what I was about to do to him. I wanted him to show me that damn smile one last time as I choked the life from his wretched little body. I grabbed my son's throat and I squeezed. I squeezed until all the blood in my body had gone to my head. Blood pulsating through my veins as I squeezed. I was squeezing so hard that I hadn't breathed a breath of air for nearly a minute, and I almost passed out. I collapsed to the ground afterwards. After I killed my only son, I cried for a while. I cried and pleaded to God and asked him if I did the right thing. It was then that I noticed a sheet of paper next to the dream sketch. I picked up the single sheet of paper and held it to my face. It was a drawing of me strangling my baby son in his crib. I killed my son. I killed Sam. I never knew whether or not Sam could see the evil things to come, or if he made these evil things happen. But I did what I did, and I would do it again today. Confession statement made by Vincent Marshall regarding the murder of Samuel Marshall. Confession taken at Los Angeles County Police Department on December the 21st, 2018 at approximately 5:55 p.m. This isn't actually my story. It was related to me a while ago by an elderly gentleman that frequented a convenience store I worked at. I think back to that night where I followed him to the junkyard, and my hair still stands along with that quiver of goose flesh that has nothing to do with the temperature. I worked in a relatively quiet part of the city, out on the edge, and we had little to fear from crime. The job didn't pay well, but what little I got helped to pay some of the bills for college, and the nightly customers were few and far between, giving me more than enough time to do some reading or languish on the internet. Now, you think that we don't notice people when we're behind the till. We do, we just don't give a crap mostly. We can tell when we should card someone, or that desperate, almost slimy look of lust on the face of a young man buying condoms at 11 in the morning. Then there was the old man. He showed up every Friday, like clockwork. He wore a flannel shirt with the rolled up sleeves that had seen one wash too many, and he counted out his change with the reluctance of one used to thrift. He was polite, that man. Always a warm hello and a thank you after he left with his purchase. He was stooped with age, but there was steel in that spine. I could tell. And he always bought the same thing. A small packet of milk and a little paper bag of cookies. A strange thing for a man to buy. A doting grandparent perhaps, but I never saw him enter the shop with another soul. This piqued my curiosity. Boredom has a way of amplifying novelty. Through the long evenings, I counted cracks in the ceiling, arranged merchandise in strange geometric shapes, saw patterns in the repeating squares of the linoleum on the floor. This strange man vexed me. Milk and cookies. A treat for a young child, yet purchased late in the night. Was he, perhaps, reliving some long, forgotten time in his youth whilst partaking of these goodies? Dark paranoia raised its head. Perhaps the old man was one of those psychotic perverts that kidnapped young girls and raised them in his basement. Week after week, we swapped perfunctory greetings, exchanged merchandise for cash. I couldn't unravel the mystery. I couldn't read it in his rheumy eyes, his shaking hands, or his slow gait. I couldn't take it, this strangeness. I decided to follow him. It took me a few weeks to plan. I'd pop my head out to track him down the street until the first turn. Then I'd lock the front door and trail him to the next turn, and so on. One day, soon after he'd made his regular purchase, I made my move. Quickly locking up, I followed him at a distance, never too close, never more than a block away. There was a feeling of the forbidden in what I was doing. A little like being a child again and doing something naughty. He never suspected a thing. The streetlights gave us both long, twisted shadows as I chased him through the dark streets. He found his destination in an old junkyard, practically a landfill. The rusty chain clanged to the floor after he gave it a gentle tug. Nothing worth stealing here, it seemed. The old man walked in, confidently, and I had to hurry to catch up. I quickly lost him in that maze, wandering amidst the piles of society's detritus. The light and sounds of the city faded into the distance, the half moon in the sky giving everything an unearthly silvery sheen. The panic was there, only a heartbeat away, in that strange, alien landscape. I had nearly given up hope when I finally chanced upon a small clearing. My erstwhile quarry sitting there on the dirt, showing his yellowing teeth in a wry smile. "It took you long enough to catch up," he said. I stopped short. I had nothing to say. "Come here, kid. There's nothing to fear here. I reckon something's got your interest all fired up. That's why you followed me here. You'll get in no trouble for this. The owner trusts me. She knows I don't steal, and I'm okay to close the shop early if business is slow." "Slow enough that you'd spend half the night playing spy to hunt down an old codger like me?" He laughed, a dry, wheezy series of exhalations that broke into coughs. "I'm here," he said, pressing his forearms against his creaking knees to get to his feet. "To keep a promise. An old promise. I come here every week because that's all I got left. Ain't much left in the world for me. No wife, no kids, no job. But a man's gotta be true to his word. If he don't got that little bit left, well, then he ain't much of a man, is he?" I had to nod to keep him going. He gestured at something behind him, shifting out of the way to let me see. A pair of pale doors jutted out from the junk, looking so much like the entrance to some ancient crypt. The old man pulled one of the doors, the shriek of the hinges carrying through the still night air. Even from a distance, I took in the thickness of that door. I quickly closed the distance between us. The man placed the milk and cookies behind the threshold of the door and pulled it shut. He reached out a hand in greeting and introduced himself as Miller. He didn't say if that was his first or last name. "Back of the refrigerator truck," he said, giving the door a slap. The dull smack again reminded me of how thick the walls were. "I guess you're curious as to why I'm here every week. It's a long story, and one I haven't told to many people. I'm old now. Ain't got many years left. My bones ache in the rain, and it hurts more and more every day. Guess it's worth telling." His voice seemed to gain strength, a rich baritone instead of the weak, cracked sounds earlier. "This was back in the old days, before the Second World War. I never served, of course. Too young then. I must have been 9, maybe 10 years of age. We didn't have all these newfangled toys and computer thingies." He pronounced the unfamiliar words slowly, his jaw working around the edges of the syllables. "That you have nowadays. Back then, we'd play wherever we could. Cowboys and Indians, cops and robbers. No television either. That was for the rich folk. This yard has been here longer than I have. We had forts on hills of trash, played soldiers, everything kids ought to be doing. That day was hide and seek. An old game, but a great one for a place like this. I wasn't a big kid. Didn't win at most of the games we played. But I was going to win this one. I'd seen this big old refrigerator unit here before, right on the edge of the yard back then. And I knew where's I was gonna be hiding. I was small, yeah, but I was a fast un. May not look it now, but I got away from the pack of them even before the count had reached 20. Didn't want no one else to hide in here with me. It was dark in there. Cool, too. Before I closed the doors, I could see that some of the junk had made its way into the truck unit over time. The last thing I remember seeing was that one line of daylight before I pulled this here door shut. At first, there was nothing but the sound of my breathing bouncing off the walls. I imagined that I would always win at hide and seek from then on. I counted breaths and heartbeats till I got bored. Then I realized that there wasn't a handle on the inside. I could see his hands starting to shake as he remembered that old fear. He clenched his fists to stop the shakes, and when the balled fists themselves started quivering, he put his hands in his pockets. It took me a while to realize the game was over. I'd been in the dark for a long time. Too long. I threw my entire weight at the door. I hit the walls till my hands were bloody. I screamed till my throat hurt. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed at the memory. Then I sat to wait. I must have fallen asleep. How can you tell if you're asleep when you're all alone in the darkness? You can't, boy. You can't. I got thirsty fast, then hungry. It's the only way I knew time was passing. I felt the hope go out like the sun setting. I yelled in that dark place. I called out to God, but he didn't answer. I would have called out to old Nick himself if I dared. I cried. For hours, there in the dark, I cried. The sound bouncing off of those thick walls, till the air was filled with the sounds of tears and sobs. I thought I was going to die. You ever been close to death, boy? No, sir. I shook my head. He fixed his eyes on mine, those almost cloudy eyes, suddenly sharper. No, you haven't. I can tell when a man looked death in the eyes. He just ain't the same after that. It was a trick of the echo, I thought at first, but I swore there was another person in there with me. It sounded a little higher, a little further away than my own voice. This was it, I told myself. I'd been in the dark so long that I was going crazy. I counted to 5 and held my breath, and still the crying continued. I was rapt. The man was looking at me, but not looking at me. The dreamy half focus of his eyes told me he was seeing something else, something far away. I called out in the dark. At first, there was no answer but that quiet sobbing. It was another child, but not a boy, a girl. There was enough light before I shut the door to know I was alone in there. I was panicking a second before, but now I felt a creeping fear. The crying started up again. I backed myself into the corner next to the door. You ever seen a mouse in a cage trap? When it tries to get away from you? Yeah, like that. The crying didn't get any closer. I figured I was dead there anyway. Nobody was coming to get me. So I called out again. The crying stopped. There in the dark, the little girl answered. She sounded like she was about my age as well. She told me her name was Helen. A pretty name, even then. She'd been stuck there in the dark for a long time. She tried calling for help once, but no one came. She got real hungry. Then she wasn't so hungry no more. She'd given up on calling for help, on seeing her family, of ever having another friend. The walls, she said, were too thick for any sound to escape, and nobody would ever know that I was in there. Nobody'd ever found her. One good thing, at least she wouldn't have to be lonely anymore, since she had me. I heard her shifting there in the dark, and she held my hand. Her hand was small, and it was cold, like she'd put it in the freezer for a few minutes. But it was all I had, and I squeezed it with my strength. I dreamt that there were voices outside, calling my name. I wasn't sure about it until I squeezed my ear to the corner of the door. The lining must have been rotted with age, because I could still hear something from outside. If I could hear them, maybe they could hear me. I tried to scream, to shout. All that came out was a tiny croak. I'd been too long without water. I tried to wet my tongue with spit, but even that failed. I slapped the door with my free hand. The time without food and drink had left me weak. I wasn't sure that they could hear anything from me. Hope died there for a second. That dark box was going to be the last thing I ever saw, and nobody would know. I felt Helen's little hand tighten around mine. "Don't go," she told me. "Stay. It'll be fun. I've been alone for so long." She started to pull me back into the depths of that dark place. I couldn't fight her. She felt so strong. "Please," I whispered to her. "My parents will miss me. I still have friends outside." Even with her tiny nails drawing blood from my hand, I could feel her sadness through that tiniest bit of contact that we had. "I have no more friends." Her crying started again, soft in that space, so sad that it seemed that her heart would burst from it. "I can be your friend. Help me, I promise. I'll be your friend forever," I told her. And I meant it. I saw the old man's hand flex in his pocket, remembering that ghostly touch. She let go. Or maybe she was never there. I touched my hand to my cheek, and it was still cold. Just then, I heard the door open. I'd been found. Strong hands lifted me out of that dark place. The light hurt my eyes, and it was a while before I could see my rescuers. Someone brought water. I gulped it down. It was the best thing I ever tasted. No water's ever tasted the same since. Tasted like life, you know. They sent for my parents as I sat there with the big man who found me. He sized me up with a squint, said I was bigger than he thought. The voice he'd heard was much higher, almost like a girl's cry. He messed up my hair with one huge, rough hand. "No shame in crying there, boy," he said. "If I was stuck there, I'd be scared too." My parents came to see me, brought over by the police. They scooped me up with big hugs. We were going to leave when I asked if they'd found the girl in there with me. The rescuers looked puzzled. I'd been the only one in the refrigerator truck. I wouldn't leave until they took another look. I kicked up such a fuss that they just exchanged looks of frustration and brought me back to those huge doors. They threw them open. No girl came out. The light didn't reach all the way to the back. One of the cops took out a flashlight, one of those big silver ones. You don't see them around anymore. The trash of the junkyard had found its way into that old refrigerator truck. It was only on his second sweep of that unnatural cave that he saw the bright blue of a girl's dress. He sighed deeply, his tail near its end. He suddenly looked very frail, as though the telling had leached the very life from him. She'd been dead for years, of course, all dried out like one of those mummies from the National Geographic. I think I went a little crazy when I saw her. I don't know what I said, but nobody believed me. Been in the dark too long, they said, apt to drive a boy mad. But I never stopped believing, and I never forgot my promise. 70 years it's been. What transpires between us, well, that's just for me, and me alone to know. I've not always been able to come here, but I've tried my best, which is more than what some men can say. He leaned against the door, out of breath after the sharing. He straightened up and cleared his throat, still one hand on the thick metal. Good night, friend. I will see you again next week. His voice was suddenly clear again, and the sound rang out across the junkyard. I half opened my mouth to return his farewell, before I realized that his eyes weren't on mine. No, they were focused on the door instead. He slowly made his way across that clearing. I stood up, also leaning against the door for support. "Sir, you forgot your milk and cookies," I called out to the man, now all the way across the clearing. He looked back, and again I could tell that he was not looking at me, but at the doors I was leaning against. "No, boy, I did not. A good evening to you too, and I will see you next week." A strange encounter, I thought. The unease I had felt with the telling of the story slowed off me. A simple campfire tale, nothing more. Just some old man, probably addled with dementia, living out some half-imagined childhood fantasy. I sighed. The moon was already high overhead. I suppose that there were worse ways to spend an evening. One thing niggled at me. Just before I turned to find my way from that still place, for the second time that evening, the refrigerator doors were pulled open. A wave of stale air belched out. I half expected to see Helen's bones still laid out after all these years. There was nothing there. I chided myself for my childish fears, giving a little, nervous laugh. Nothing in the empty crypt of the refrigerator truck, but an empty milk packet and cookie crumbs. This didn't happen to me. However, I did witness this incident, and it creeps me out to this day. Back in junior high, there was this popular kid named Ryan that used to bully me, and tons of other people in our school. Ryan was the type of kid that thought he was the best in the world because he was the captain of the football team. The kid that bullied nerds and cheated on his girlfriends. You know the type. Ryan's father ran an automotive parts store. His speciality was paint jobs and window tinting. He had many vehicles, but his favourite was a dark blue truck with orange and yellow flames on the front. It also had tinted windows and spinning hubcaps on the wheel. Ryan's father often wore the same team jersey as his son's team jersey, a red and white hat and blue jeans. As you continue listening, you will soon discover why the details of this particular truck, as well as its owner, are very important. One day, on my way to my next class, I fell down the stairs and sprained my ankle. I ended up limping to the nurse's office and calling my dad to come pick me up. After that, I sat in the waiting area looking out for my dad's car. 5 minutes after I left the nurse's office, Ryan walked into the waiting area and sat down. Bored out of his mind, Ryan decided to talk to me while we were waiting for our dads to pick us up. I guess he felt safe talking to a nerd since his friends weren't around. So I begrudgingly decided to be polite with him and made small talk. About 5 or so minutes later, Ryan looked out the glass door and saw his father's truck pulling into the entrance of the school. Ryan said, "See you later, man," picked up his backpack and headed towards the glass doors. He was about to push the door open when he suddenly stopped and paused. When I asked him what was wrong, Ryan explained to me that his father usually picked him up later and that he usually parked his truck right next to the glass doors. Instead, Ryan's dad was 20 minutes early. The truck was next to the flagpoles, which are much further away, and the hubcaps appeared to be different and didn't even spin. After a few minutes of this, Ryan's cell phone went off. Ryan at this point simply assumed that it was his dad calling and didn't pick it up, so he walked out of the door and headed towards the truck. I decided to take a nap while I waited for my own dad to pick me up. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like an older man yelling and Ryan screaming. I looked out of the window, only to see Ryan flailing his arms and an older man trying to pull him into the truck. Because of my ankle, I couldn't run to Ryan's aid, so I shouted to the nurse as well as to some other staff members to get help. One of the nurses immediately called the police. A couple of secretaries ran towards the truck to help Ryan. Upon seeing the secretaries running towards him, the creep shoved Ryan away and climbed further into his truck. The guy then sped off and disappeared into the intersection that led into a nearby highway. Ryan at this point was crying in pain, mainly because the guy had pepper sprayed him. The secretaries helped poor Ryan to his feet and guided him to the nurse's office. About a few minutes later, the police, along with Ryan's real father, arrived. The police, as well as an ambulance, tended to Ryan while a couple of police officers interviewed me and the other witnesses. Because I was the only student that witnessed this, the police, as well as Ryan's dad, asked me to stay in touch and hang out with Ryan, just so that he could have a shoulder to lean on and recover emotionally. So I swallowed my pride and gave Ryan my number. From that day forward, Ryan was a completely different person. The same person who used to body slam me into lockers was now in constant fear and used my body as a shield instead of a punching bag. There wasn't a day at school where Ryan wasn't around me. He was especially clingy and paranoid when it came to having his dad pick him up. I would have to hold his hand and stay there with him until his dad came around. It even got to the point that Ryan would call me every night to vent his fears as well as update me on what the police would find. And many of the details about this were very, very creepy. For instance, the creep, whoever he was, not only knew where Ryan went to school and where he got picked up, he even knew which vehicle Ryan's dad drove whenever he picked up his son from school. So he decided to imitate everything about Ryan's father. That's right, the creep actually went through the trouble of painting his own truck the same colours as the father's, just to fool and lure Ryan. He even dressed up like Ryan's dad. Ryan even said to me that the disguise was so convincing that it wasn't until he looked the creep in the eye that he realised that he wasn't his father. Yet things got even creepier the more Ryan told me, and the more the police department found. As it turns out, the creep also knew Ryan's cell phone number, but it wasn't the one who called Ryan. Ryan told me that the police said that the mysterious number belonged to a payphone at a nearby gas station. So the creep in the truck couldn't have possibly called Ryan, meaning that not one, but two people may have been involved in this. Despite having video surveillance, a license plate, and a description of the driver, the police never found the guy or his gas station buddy, even when the creep continued to terrorize Ryan and his dad. About 3 months after the truck incident, Ryan called me in the middle of the night, this time in hysterics. Someone had thrown several Molotov cocktails at Ryan's house. A couple of them even hit and shattered a window and set part of his house on fire. About a month after the Molotov cocktails were thrown, someone, most likely the same creep, set fire to Ryan's father's business. Ryan and his father moved out of the area not long after. The creep also disappeared, leaving everyone else to wonder just who the creep was. Was the creep a disgruntled parent or relative of a student that Ryan bullied? Was it the enraged parent or relative of one of Ryan's many ex-girlfriends? Was he a parent of a rival team member? Was he a dissatisfied customer of Ryan's father? Or was he just a random creep that liked to terrorize teenaged boys? The possibilities as to who this guy was and why he, as well as his accomplices, would target Ryan were endless. With Ryan now gone, I quickly found myself getting very frightened over the possibility of the creep going after me. For a long time after, I was super paranoid about the creep going after me, and subjecting me to even worse terror than Ryan had experienced. From that day forward, I refused to be picked up from the school, no matter how sick or hurt I was. All because I feared that some creep was going to do the same thing to me. Even to this day, the whole incident sends shivers down my spine. I used to work closing in a pretty big arts and crafts store as a cashier and occasional floor employee. I was working a normal night when my manager radioed all of us and told us to keep an eye on the man that had just walked into the store. From my manager's description, he looked like he was homeless as he wore dirty, tattered clothing and had looked like he had been wandering the streets for months without food. He wandered around the store, and we had in-house security tail him as he just walked through each aisle. Eventually, he got to the aisle where I was busy restocking/cleaning up, and he just stood there, staring at me. I instantly had an uneasy feeling, but trying not to be mean and judgmental, I turned to look at him and gave him a half smile and nod. I returned to my task with that uneasy feeling still in me when I turned again to notice that he had walked closer to me. The moment I looked at him, he stood still. No movement. I gulped and continued to work, this time faster so I could quickly move to the next dial as I was nearly done with the one I was in. But then I smelled him. It was an awful stench. It seemed as if he hadn't showered for days and decided to roll around in fresh feces for sport. I bit my tongue to stop myself from making a disgusted facial expression when I smiled and asked him if he needed any help. Silence. No movement. He continued staring for what seemed like an eternity, and that was when I was able to see what he looked like. His eyes and cheeks were sunken in, but it was hard to immediately notice from this long, golden brown hair that covered his face. He had absolutely no expression on his face, but what scared me the most was his eyes. They were a beautiful shade of blue, but there was nothing in them, no emotion. It was as if I was looking into the eyes of a porcelain doll. I was at a loss for words and frozen in fear, until I was finally able to focus as my manager spoke to me via my radio. He was conveniently sitting in his office, watching the security cameras, and saw the man and I staring at each other. I took this opportunity to excuse myself and quickly rush into the manager's office. I asked my manager if I could stay in the office until the man left since I was uncomfortable, but I was told to get back onto the sales floor since I was still on the clock. I begged him to let me stay in the back for 10 minutes so I could collect myself, but once again I was told to go out. I sighed and went back out and continued my work. Barely 5 minutes in, the stench came back, and I turned around to see the same man just a few feet away from me. I flinched and stumbled back, hitting my arm on one of the shelves as I tried to regain my balance. Once again, he just continued staring at me. "I'm sorry, did you need any help?" I expected no answer like before, but this time, he spoke up. "You can see me?" he asked, still showing no expression on his face. I stared at him in confusion and nodded, when he rushed towards me and started screaming into my face. "Who the hell are you?" He reached down to grab my arms, but I slapped them away and shuffled backwards in fear. He began knocking items off the shelves and throwing them in my direction while still screaming bloody murder. "Why did you kill me?" A crowd had emerged, and I told everyone to stay back or to leave because it was obvious that this man had gone crazy and was directing his anger towards me. Security had finally arrived and subdued the man, but he was still screaming. Most of it was incoherent, but it was along the lines of him being dead and that I was the one that killed him. I was in tears at this point because even though he was screaming and kicking, his eyes still had absolutely no emotion in them. This was the first time I had actually feared for my life. He ended up biting one of the security and rushing out of the store, knocking down my freshly decorated display. Security attempted to chase him down, but he had ran so quickly that they lost him shortly after he left the parking lot. I had my co-workers escort me to our break room and console me, while I called my mom to pick me up since I didn't drive at the time. My manager came into the room shortly after and told me I should have managed the situation better. As I was crying, I asked if I could just go home since I wasn't in the right mind to continue working. He told me that, as I was scheduled to stay until closing, I had to stay. Needless to say, I immediately quit right then and there and walked out the moment my mom was outside. Since I never went back, I never found out about what happened to the man and if he ever came back. But honestly, I'm glad that I didn't come back in contact with that man ever again. This happened in 2011, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm from a small town in the Midwest. At the time, my parents and I lived in a house in the middle of the country. Living in the country, you know your neighbours. Hell, you know almost everyone who drives down your road. My road was a back road that mainly served as a shortcut from one small highway to another, and we lived there since I was born, for 16 years, and we had our routine. I went to bed around 9, and my parents stayed up watching TV until 11. This night was like any other, until I woke up to my dad frantically rushing around upstairs and into my room. "No matter what you hear, do not come downstairs," he said. Half awake, I began to panic, sitting up in bed as my dad runs out of the room and flies back downstairs. Soon, I hear a man, moaning and crying out in pain. It wasn't my dad, but since I was under strict orders to stay where I was, I clenched my phone, 911 dialed, and ready to call. "They're trying to kill me! They're trying to kill me!" I hear this man scream. Immediately after that, my dad sternly demands my mom to go get towels, saying there's blood everywhere. My heart races, and I try to put these audio pieces together. Are my parents being hurt? Does this guy have a gun? Where did he come from? Who is he? I crept into my parents' bedroom next to mine, where there is a huge glass sliding door. I sit by the door with the lights off and listen to sirens slowly approach our house. Eventually, 2 cops and an ambulance show up in our driveway, and I'm feeling relieved, but mostly confused. The man is still screaming, crying, making no sense. The only clear thing he could say was that they were after him and were going to kill him. I hear the police and EMT enter the home and take the guy outside. I then decided to sit on the stairs where I can see a little more. On our new green couch is fresh blood, a few inches from the floor where an even bigger puddle of blood sat. My dad finishes speaking with the police and everyone goes on their way. My mom came with me to bed to give me the long-awaited explanation. She's visibly shaking and her face is white, the only colour being a little blood stained on her hands she didn't notice. Turns out the guy that came to our house was partying with 2 guys he didn't know in the bigger town about 15 minutes from our house. These 2 guys were both on parole and wanted in other states. One guy was a few days away from starting a new job but ran out of money. He and his co-conspirator decided to get our guy drunk, kill him, and take his money. Well, they got a third of the way there. Next door to our house was a huge 24-acre field, completely empty and only used for cattle from time to time. No barns, no houses, nothing. The two bad guys drove our guy out to this field and proceeded to beat the crap out of him and sliced a nice gash in his face. They used a belt around his neck to finish him off, but later told the cops they couldn't go through with it, so they just took off and left him there. I guess our guy saw our yard light and took that as we were home. We were the closest house to that field, so I guess I can understand the desperate thinking. From what my mum told me, Dad later confirming, is that they were watching TV in the middle of the room. Dad absent-mindedly flipping through a motorcycle magazine. They hear a polite knock on the door. Dad gets up and sees our guy through the screen door, looks him up and down, sees the blood and the belt around his neck, and cautiously lets him in. As he's doing this, he tells my mum to call 911, and she promptly does. But the second our guy sets foot in the living room, he panicked and screams bloody murder. Dad said he was inconsolable and couldn't get words out. The guy wouldn't tell Dad his name, but eventually was able to get out the fact that they were trying to kill him. That's when Dad ran upstairs to me. We later found out the cops went back to the bigger town and found the two guys at one of their apartments, sitting in armchairs with blood all over them. Apparently, they didn't put up a fight and confessed to everything. They were immediately taken to jail. We never found out what happened to our guy, other than that he was simply okay. My dad had to go to court a few months ago to share his witness account, and we moved out of that house about 2 months after the incident occurred. We're now very cautious of anyone that sets foot on our property, and my mum spent a good week or two sleeping in my bedroom with me because I was having nightmares. So Guy, glad you're okay, but as for you and your friends, let's not meet. About a year ago, for the month of June, my family went to France for 4 weeks and left me to tend the house and take care of the animals. My house is in an interesting location. It is an hour from the campus I go to school on, and 30-minute drive from my work, and 20 minutes from the main town. My neighbours and I have a few acres in between each other, and the closest house to me is a 10-minute drive. My house is surrounded by farmers' fields, military property, and then miles and miles of BLM land surrounded by mountains. Sometimes I feel like I live in the house from Courage the Cowardly Dog because of how in the middle of nowhere it is, and how lots of weird stuff happens in it. If you were to Google what a 2-story house looks like, this would be exactly what my house looks like, except it's a 1-story. The second story, where all the windows are, is just ceiling space. There are also lofts in my house where my landlord was going to put the second story but never got around to it. It was like they tried to build a 2-story house but realised there was nowhere to put the stairwell. There is also a large basement and an attic. I have lived in this house for 8 years and have always felt that the house had a weird layout. Next to my room, there is a huge wall that connects to the living room wall, but my room isn't as big as the wall, so there is just a large wall in between the living room and my room. Underneath my room is the stairs to the unfinished basement. Now, if you understand the layout of my house, you'd understand why there would be a lot of birds' nests on the roof. The birds congregate on top of the roof during the summer because that's where the most bugs are out for them to catch, and because we feed our cat just below. My room acts like a funnel for the noise of them scratching on the roof and running around. About 2 weeks after my family left for France, the birds started their scratching noises on top of my roof. They do it every hour or so, all day and all night. It's a very unsettling sound to hear at 3 in the morning, and annoying. Then, I started to hear scratching and banging sounds coming from the wall next to me, which is why I thought we had rats in our walls. My mum assured me over Skype that it was probably just birds on the roof, like normal. The next few days, I keep hearing the scratching noises and the banging sounds coming from my wall. Finally, I decided that it was time to check the closets and the basement for signs of mice or rats so I could buy the proper traps. After checking the basement, I don't find any signs of mice, so I go check the hall closet, which is the only thing in between my living room and my room. It's usually locked because it's full of a bunch of yard tools, and my stepdad's shotgun, my archery equipment, and a handgun. It's locked because my youngest brother could seriously injure himself. I assume it's locked, but I still check the handle, and it opens. I thought maybe my stepdad unlocked it before they left, in case I needed a gun to protect myself. The first thing I notice when I open the closet is that all of the tools are moved to the far side, and a portion of the closet wall is missing. At this point, I'm freaking the hell out, and call my best friend and her dad to come over and check it out. I thought about calling the police, but since I live far from a lot of things, I figured me discovering a hole in the wall of my closet probably wasn't enough to send them out. My best friend's dad and brother came over and used flashlights to look into the hole. They don't see anything super weird, so my friend's dad gets on his hands and knees and gets into the hole. When he gets out, he has a look of horror on his face and tells us that he found a dirty mattress, a pair of men's-sized jeans, chicken feathers everywhere, and a whole Walmart rotisserie chicken partially eaten. He calls the police, and they search the whole house and find no one, and nothing out of the ordinary. My friend's dad nails a slab of wood over the hole, and I have all the locks changed. The creepy compartment in my closet has since been sealed up. The scary thing is that, because I work during the day and leave the house unlocked most of the time, the guy who lived in there could have come and gone as he pleased until night when I came home. I have 8 dogs, which is the reason my family needed me to stay home, and I never heard any of them bark during the time the banging started, which means the man probably lived in my house a long time, and my dogs got used to him. As a child, I truly adored my grandfather. He was a now rare breed of man, a word spinner and brilliant storyteller, whose words would paint avid images in your head, which would stay imprinted in your mind for evermore. And since I was an infant, his stories seemed magic to me. He told me of far-off places and paradises, cityscapes and great lakes, animals with exotic names which exploded on the tongue like spices, If I try to remember his good stories and close my eyes, I can remember the ideas I heard from him better than most memories I saw with my own eyes, even ones from an age as young as that. That's how good he was. Now, I've mentioned already, I think that he had good stories, which means I inferred some were bad. He told me one to me once, but not so much of a story, but of a being. I apologize. I'm not even half the storyteller my grandfather was, but here's the basic gist. He told me, where he usually did, in front of that grand fireplace, the only thing which made his little house beautiful. He lowered his voice to a sibilant whisper, like dead leaves blowing across the ground in winter, so my mother couldn't hear. She was never present when he told me his stories. She often stayed in the garden or chatted to the neighbours. He described how he once had a friend whose passion was for science of anatomy. He'd longed for a long time to discover the trick of life, and he'd attempted to do this by combining creatures with before little success. This was disturbing in itself, but this time, my grandfather said, he came to him and said, "I have a new piece. It worked this time. I didn't do all of the work. Most of it I found already like this. But still, come and have a look. But mind yourself, it's rather offensive." Maybe the words of his friend were branded onto his brain like his description was to mine. His friend led him to a metal door, the only metal door in the facility. "You'll understand why it's assigned to this room soon," he had assured him. My grandfather described how he'd reached to open the handle, and his friend stilled his hand, and instead directed his eyes to a peek hole in the door. And this is what he saw. A being, not cowering, but in the middle of the room, awaiting a visitor with relish. It even seemed to be bouncing slightly, he'd said, staring into the distance and troubled. When he noticed its legs were not there at all, but there was only one huge, rusted spring as the base. Like a monstrous zebedee, its whole torso was made from latticed, different hues of skin, sewn crudely together to cover him from groin to head. Its arms were springs, but less rusted and more slender, interlaced with what he perceived to be a network of nerves all the way to the end of its fingers, which were actually hooks, stained red, from rust or blood he never knew. And its head. Oh, the images my mind created of this never left me. A pale ball, bulbous, not humanoid. A long mouth stretching from where ears would be on a human. But its black ears and eyes were only holes as big as a nail's head, and full of needles, like the ones used to pierce flesh or fabric in injections or sewing, protruding from an inch thick, pale, pink gum, which reflected the light where it reflected off the coating of saliva. The teeth were randomly and doubly lined like a shark's, he said. By now, I remember feeling petrified beyond panic, and my child's face must have reflected my feelings. I now wonder why he grimly continued. Maybe he was too thorough to simply leave a story unfinished. He told me how he'd pulled away from the hole, and at that moment heard a noise like a caw combined with a squeak like a damp cloth on a plate, followed by panting like a dog and noises like the springs of a mattress. His friend had looked abashed for a moment, then said, "Sorry, you've excited dear little coil screw. He senses you." He quickened the pace of his tail now. I remember how he said, "Now suddenly the door started squawking as the coil screw began scratching at the door, the noise like rusty springs from the other side of the door." The blood had drained from his friend's face, and he bolted up the corridor, just as the door fell down and it bounced around. Now he, my grandfather as he portrayed himself that is, saw the full extent of this thing's abilities. It bounced forward only a little after his creator, before instead extending his spring arms and hooking him back by the eye sockets. It proceeded to bite into him as he reeled him over, tiny little pinpricks which seeped blood and left little scratches and drink. About then, it remembered the presence of my grandpa. He looked up at his face, creaking as his neck springs bent and hissed. Then, he told me of how he ran and never looked back. Now, he fully looked at me and told me, "You must remember this story. It's very important." I heard footsteps coming from the front door. "For you to remember, because one day you may need to remember some monsters are truly real, my dear." And at that moment, my mother walked in. She saw me, tiny face rigid in terror, and my grandpa's face, and heard his words, and at that moment dived on him and began shaking his shoulders. "Have you been telling him that goddamn story, Pa? I told you to never tell a child of this family again. You'll disturb him like you disturbed Katie, and do you know what happened to her?" She turned and grabbed my hand. "Come on, we're leaving now. It's okay. Forget the scary things he's been telling you." As she quickly brought me out of the house, I remember hearing Gramps shout, "Katie didn't die because she was disturbed. It was the coil screw, god damn it, Helen." My mother's name. "It's for his protection. It'll hunt down any who saw it and their family, and we should be warned." His incessant shouts waned to nothing as we walked to the car and drove off. I remember not being able to sleep months after that story, and we never saw Gramps again. But I did some digging afterwards and found his job had been traveling to various scientific facilities around the globe. I also found the institute his friend worked at, whose name turned out to be Colin, and all of his colleagues were killed but never found. The families had sought truth on the internet, and all concluded that the work had been too secret and they'd been assassinated in a conspiracy. I always wondered why my grandpa had told me that story, and as he was diagnosed bipolar before his death and lived out his last days in a mental institution, I think he'd made it up as an after effect of losing a friend so close. But the idea of such a being scared me then, and still does now. So I thought I'd post it here. Now, time to return to my present life. There's paperwork to fill, and I can hear birds singing and... God, I can hear my son bouncing on the bed. I thought I told him never to mess around in my room. Hey guys, long time no see. This is not a creepypasta, at least not yet, and I'm writing it from a train in the New York City area. What I'm about to share with you today is one of the many relatively safe ways in which you can access, not quite enter, a place called the Shadow Side, and its effectiveness depends on how seriously you take me. Your mileage may vary. Refer to title. I won't tell you that you shouldn't be afraid of the Shadow Side. Chances are, you've already seen it after all, and merely think it was just a reoccurring dream. I will tell you, there is no need to be ignorantly afraid of it though. There is a difference. Ignorance fuels fear, and fear can give that place a lot of juice to run on. You have to be big on preparation if you want to try this. It's like skydiving. If getting it right on your first try is something you're not good at, then this is not for you. If you do drugs or alcohol the night of the event, you're going to have a bad time. If you're going through some serious issues in your life and are not feeling mentally or spiritually stable, or if you're doing this just to escape, you're going to have a bad time. And if you don't follow my instructions, particularly the multiple backups I'll give you, which trust me, are there for a reason, you're going to really have a bad time. The name of this game is The Three Kings. The ingredients you'll need are a very large, empty, and quiet room, preferably without windows. If windows exist, you will need to be able to cover them and ensure total darkness. Basements usually work well, if they're roomy enough. A pack of candles. You only use one if all goes well. And a lighter. A bucket of water and a mug. A fan. 2 large mirrors, like the one on your dresser. Don't worry, they won't be harmed, or if they are, it'd be the least of your concerns. 3 chairs, an alarm clock, an active cell phone. Don't forget to charge the goddamn battery. A loved one willing to follow rules and go along with all this madness. And a toy or dear object from your childhood. So now to the setup. Start setup around 11 PM. Place 1 chair in the center of the room, facing north. This is important. Place the 2 other chairs exactly to the left and right, facing your throne. The distance between your throne and that of your queen and fool should be about the length of your arm to each side, more or less. Place the 2 large mirrors on the queen and fool chairs left and right of you, facing you and each other. Try your best to have them stand at a 90-degree angle, or else you may get more or less than 3 kings. If you sit on your throne facing straight ahead, north, you should be able to perceive your own reflection in each of the 2 mirrors without actually having to turn your head nor your eyes to do so. If you see your own reflection in the corner of your eye, just barely there, then you've done it right. Place the bucket of water and the mug in front of you. just barely out of reach. Place the fan behind you. Turn it on. Don't set it to maximum power. Medium or low is usually enough. Leave it on. Turn off the lights. Leave the door open and go to your bedroom. Set the candles by the side of the bed, next to a lighter, your alarm clock, and your cell phone. Leave it charging. Set your alarm clock for 3:30 a.m. Turn off the lights and sleep while holding your power object. Get some rest. Now, showtime. Wake up at 3:30 a.m. with your alarm clock. Turn it off, but don't turn on the light. You have exactly 3 minutes to light your candle, grab your cell phone, and make your way to the dark room to sit in your throne. You should be seated by 3:33 a.m. Don't forget your power object. Check for potential red flags. If your cell phone didn't charge for whatever reason, abort the mission. If the alarm didn't go off at exactly 3:30 a.m., abort the mission. If you find the dark room door closed, remember, you left it open. Abort the mission. If the fan is turned off, you left it on. Abort the mission. Side note, if you have to abort the mission due to any of the above, leave the house with your loved one. Go to a hotel or something. There's no need to run. You have time to grab a jacket and your keys and whatnot. But leave. After 6 a.m, the coast should be clear. If all is going as planned, you can proceed to take your throne. Do not look directly at either of the 2 mirrors beside you. Do not let the candle go out. The fan is behind you. You must protect the candle with your body, which is standing in between. There's a reason for this, as you'll soon see. Look straight ahead at the darkness. Not at the candle, not at the mirrors. Just straight ahead. Eagle-eyed readers surely noticed, I didn't say during setup which chair was queen and which chair was fool. That's because it's your job to find out. And from their point of view, you are either their queen or their fool too. Hence, 3 kings. I won't spoil what happens next. Suffice to say, you won't be alone, and if you have questions, you'll get answers. Sometimes in the form of new questions. But hey, that's the story of humanity, eh? Just stay put and try not to move. Again, do not look directly at the mirrors, nor the candle. Just straight ahead. Trust me. Don't chicken out either. You need to wait until 4:34 a.m. By 4:34, it's all over. It's okay to tremble a little bit, just try not to. Not because it affects the ritual or anything, it's just a pussy thing to do while in polite company. Did I mention not to let the candle go out? That's what the fan is for. You're protecting the candle with your body, but if your body were to suddenly move, then the fan would set out the candle. That's backup number 1. Your loved one is backup number 2. At 4:34, she has to come in the room and call your name. If that won't work, she has to call your cell phone. If that won't work, she has the glass of water and the bucket. She can't touch you though. That's a newbie mistake. Backup number 3 is your item of power, the toy or locket or whatever object of strength you brought along for the ride. It'll show you the way if things hit the fan. Multiple backups. You gotta be like a Boy Scout if you do these things. If you half-ass it all the way so that it won't work. Worst you can do is take it seriously enough for it to work, and not seriously enough to be prepared for the consequences. If in doubt, refer to title. I've never posted here before or felt compelled to tell anyone my story. I came across the Three Kings on the front page of Reddit last night and thought I would give it a try, especially after reading the post that it could be explained partially through a scientific method of being psychological. Here is what went on last night. I read the post around 7:30 last night and thought it sounded like a very fun experiment. I texted my brother-in-law to come over and to bring his big mirror off his dresser. He asked why. I told him to check out the top post over on No Sleep, and he immediately called me. The Three Kings thing? He said. Yep, sounded like something we could get a kick out of, I replied. Then went on to explain the face in the mirror study and how I thought this would be one hell of a good time. I really should have taken things more seriously, I suppose, but as they say, hindsight is best sight. He showed up around 9 with his mirror and a large pillar candle. I already had my basement set up the rest of the way. 3 recliners, one brown facing north, one green facing east, one purple facing west. I propped up the mirrors in the east and west facing chairs, set up a pedestal fan on low, directly behind my north facing throne, placed a bucket of water directly between the east and west facing chairs, and placed another bucket upside down directly in front of the throne to put the candle at a height that my body would block the fan from blowing it out. We went back upstairs, making very sure to leave the basement door open, and sat down to play a little TF2. Around midnight, I told him I would be stretching out for a bit, and that if he heard my alarm go off, and I did not wake up, to come shake me. 3:30 came faster last night than on any night before. I swear I had barely plugged my phone in and shut my eyes before I was out. I dreamed very vividly during those 3.5 hours. I was riding in the back of an ambulance and let out in front of a large building made completely of glass. I stepped out, and the man that had opened the door simply said, "Go now." I ran to the building, and the door opened as I approached. Looking across the building, I could see what can only be called a werewolf being let in the other side. In my dream state, I attempted to go back the way I came in to no avail, and began running upwards to try and escape. Many times, only a glass wall separating me from the werewolf on the other side. The dream had no end. I simply woke up to my alarm at 3:30, grabbed my fully charged cell, a lighter, the candle, and a small cedar keepsake box, my power item, and headed from my room to the basement. "You ready for this?" asked my brother-in-law. "Absolutely," I replied. "Remember, Do not touch me. Yell first, then lights, then call me, then the bucket. Got it?" "Yep," he replied, and went back to TF2. I lit the candle and headed down into the dark basement, closing the door behind me. The only sound was the soft whir of the fan as I went to the chair. I checked my phone one last time. 3:32. Perfect. I sat down, placed my candle on the bucket ahead of me, lighter in my left pocket, cell phone in my right, my cedar box situated between my knees, and stared off into the distance beyond the mirrors. It was very quiet. That was the first thing I noticed. The fan seemed to have quieted to nothing, and the basement was silent as death. "Here," I heard something whisper from the left. I almost turned and reminded myself that I was not to look at the mirrors. "Here," again. "Here. It's over here." More and more insistent each time. "Look over here." The voice was so demanding, it sent chills through my entire body. "No," I replied simply, surprised at how small and weak my voice sounded. "No, I will not look up. Stop asking." "Good," from the right this time. "You are always so dutiful, but why have you given up trying?" I felt a weight press on my right knee, almost as if someone placed a hand there. It was immediately gone. I see in my peripheral vision the mirror on the right almost rippling like water. The mirror on the left seems to be spiraling inward with movement. "You never listen," from the left. "That's why these things happen. You never learned to listen. That's why I've come for you." More and more aggressively. "There are no second chances. There are no other options. You will pay for it, and you will pay what I want to take." From the right. "There is no reason not to pay back what is owed to him. Give him what he wants. Just take a glance." "No." I gripped my box tighter. "What is this?" I asked. "What am I hearing?" From the left. "Judgment." From the right. "Fate." In unison. "You should have just let him catch you and be done with it." The dream immediately came back to my mind. "It was only a dream," I whispered. "Just like this." "This is no dream, fool," came the voice from the left. "You were never good at entertaining new ideas, fool," came the voice from the right. "Now accept what is happening." A splash of cold water awoke me from whatever it was going around on me. I looked up from the floor to see my brother-in-law standing over me with an empty bucket, lights on fully above me. "What the hell, man? I called you 5 times before I turned on the lights and stood here yelling before I soaked you. What the hell, man?" I don't know," I replied, looking down at my cell to see the missed calls, all at 4:34, 4:34, 4:34, 4:34. I really I have no idea. It was 4:35. So, I'm new to this whole Redditing thing here, but I'm a big fan of creepypastas. I listen to CreepsMcPasta and Mr. Creepypasta mostly, and I know most of the stuff is fake. But when I heard about Three Kings, I just had to try it, even if it was just for the lulz factor. Now, before I go any further, let me introduce myself a little. I'm an atheist, have been since I was 13, and haven't gone to church since I was little. I don't take stock in any of this paranormal stuff either. I just consider it another fun avenue in which we can all spook ourselves. But ever since I tried this Three Kings thing, I'm not sure where I stand. I did this experiment at my girlfriend's house. She has a dance room right outside her room with a mirror wall, thankfully, positioned on the south wall, while the wall towards the north was blank. We spent the evening setting up the dance room, watched a nice movie afterwards, and then went to bed in a guest room downstairs. She was very clear about how she didn't want to be sleeping in the room next to the supernatural stuff. Now, after this point, it'll get a bit hard to believe for some of you, especially because none of you guys seem like the religious type. Blood magic, demons, cleansing rituals, tarot cards, etc. So, 3:30. I wake up to the sound of Weird Al playing polka music. I figured it'd be best to go into this smiling. Me and my girl go upstairs, and she waits outside while I go in and take my seat, with the lit candle of course. The room's longer than it is wide, and with a seat at the back, it was impossible to see the door through all the black. After a few minutes of nothing happening, I hear something from the darkness towards the door. It's faint singing in a language I can't understand, and the blackness turns into a mass of shadows that look like people. They're all marching from the right to the left, like they're on a parade. And as they pass, I can't help but feel elated. After a couple of minutes of this going on, I noticed a second noise. From the chair to my right was the sound of someone writing something down. It was a scratchy sound too, like someone using one of those dull quill pens. God, I love those things. I wanted to ask what it was writing down, but I was too afraid of the answer to go through with it, especially when the room was full of moving shadows, even if they did look like they were rejoicing. The scribbling on my right ceased, and then a voice from the chair on my left spoke up. It said my name, and then started listing off every good deed I'd done in my life. Big, small, valiant, accidental, all of them. Even ones I'd done when I was a little boy and forgotten about. And as the voice listed these things off, the writing on my right resumed. In case anyone's wondering why I've been gender neutral about the voice, it's because I couldn't tell what gender it was. Like every nanosecond, it was switching between male and female. The tone was somewhat soothing, but the constant switching still gave me something of a migraine by the time this was all over. After it got through listing all the good deeds, it went over all the shameful things I've done in the past as well. Each one that went by made me feel pretty bad. Even small things like when I was 5 and stole a chocolate bar from my sister's Halloween candy. The thing on my right was still keeping track, or at least I assumed that's what it was doing. And I felt like I wanted to grab whatever it was writing in and rip out the pages. Didn't though, because every other sense in my brain was telling me that it was a terrible, terrible idea. After it finished listing everything, it started speaking to me directly. Like, you know how a guidance counselor in high school talks to someone about how to fix their grades or get into a college? It kind of did that. It encouraged me to stay off drugs and alcohol, except for when it's absolutely necessary for either. Told that I didn't mind if I skipped church on Sundays, as long as I did more charity work. And it told me to call my parents more often. They've been worried sick about how I've been doing. When my girlfriend called for me, both voices said goodbye. The shadows and music faded away, and I heard the chairs scrape against the wood floor. My girlfriend came in, asked how I was, and then went back to bed. Didn't tell her exactly what happened because saying, "I think God just told me to straighten up," in the South can lead to bad things. So, what the hell just happened? Did I talk to God? Am I nuts? Maybe it was a pair of spirits, demons, supernatural beings, playing some sort of prank on me. I don't know what to believe after this. Also, should I have the house cleansed, exorcised, washed? I'm not sure if I should do that after every supernatural experience, or just when something doesn't go right. I'm warning you all now, this is going to be long. Also, as an avid reader and writer, I'm going to use my vocabulary to the best of my abilities below. I just want it to be something readable. This isn't meant to be a way to get karma. It is a self-post after all, so I will get nothing other than the satisfaction of knowing I communicated my experience well. So, late night, around 6:30, I went out and bought a fan, because we didn't have one. It took a while, because apparently most stores don't sell fans in the middle of winter. Who knew? Anyway, we did eventually get one. We also bought a nice, thick candle, so I wouldn't burn my hand from dripping wax. I should probably clarify who we is. My girlfriend stayed over to help perform this ritual, as well as one of my best friends. They helped me out a lot and really came through when I needed them. So my girlfriend and I, we got back to my house around 9. We were at the mall, she wanted to do a little bit of shopping while we were there. We decided that having another friend over would be a good idea. So I convinced my best bud to come help us out. It didn't take much convincing because I had told him of my predicament earlier in the week and told him I would likely be performing the 3 Kings ritual. He said he would be over as soon as he could. So, while we were waiting for my buddy to show, we started getting set up. It took a while to cover all of the windows in the basement and get the mirrors and chairs set up, but we finished it around 11:30. We taped garbage bags over the windows so no light would get in, which took really long. Anyway, we set everything up, turned on the fan, and were about to go upstairs. I got a really strange feeling about this, so I quickly set up a salt circle around my throne. I was sure to leave it open so that I could step in later, and quickly close it up. We then went upstairs, left the door open and waited. My friend showed up around 12, and we all made sure we were on the same page. We made plans so that if things hit the fan, we wouldn't be scrambling to get out. I then told my friend he could either sleep in my brother's room, which is upstairs next to mine, or he could crash on the main floor somewhere. He decided he would sleep on my couch in the front room of the house, which is fairly far away from the basement entrance. We finalized everything, turned off all the lights, and tried to go to bed. Sleeping didn't go as planned. My heart was racing, and it took all my meditative skills to calm myself down. Unfortunately, I'm pretty new to meditation, so it didn't work as well as I would have liked. My friend too was having issues. He texted me saying he was hearing noises and that he was getting a little nervous. I attributed this to us mostly hanging at his house, so he was likely not familiar with the sounds my house makes at night. I must have been wrong, because he texted me he was going to go out to his car for a bit to compose himself, because he thought he was hearing whispers coming from the basement. One thing you should know about my friend is that he's a brave guy. He's not the kind of person to peace out when the situation looks grim. However, he later told me that his sense of fear developing in him was something new that he had never felt before. He described it as strange and alien. So he went out to his car, read for a bit, and then came back in right at 3:30 as I was going downstairs. The alarm went off at 3:30 exact. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up, hopped out of bed, and quickly got ready. I wore the rosary my girlfriend gave me as added protection, hoping it would help out. I grabbed my power object, my Game Boy Color, favourite thing as a kid, lit the candle, and made sure I had my fully charged phone, and headed downstairs. At the top of the basement steps, my loved ones wished me luck and told me they would be here for me. The door was still open, and I could hear the fan running, so I went down. Those of you who haven't done this, something that is really important to remember is that 3 minutes isn't a lot of time to get your stuff together. As I was going downstairs, still half asleep, I remember thinking to myself, do I really want to do this? Am I ready for this? Well, I can tell you, I probably wasn't, but I needed to get this whole conundrum sorted out. So, I went on down. I sat down, made sure I had everything I needed, and checked my phone. It read 3:32. I then remembered to close the salt circle, chastising myself for almost forgetting something so simple. One thing I can tell you is that you quickly lose track of time down there. At first, it seemed like nothing was happening, and I was alone in my big, dark basement. I was nervous, but other than that, surprisingly okay. Pretty quickly, I started to get disappointed because I figured nothing was going to happen, and that I was about to lose a night's sleep for nothing. Boy, was I ever wrong. Suddenly, the candle I had started flickering. I'm not talking about a little bit either. I was legitimately getting scared it was going to go out. It looked like it was dancing around. I was casting strange shadows all around me. It was at this point I could feel the atmosphere changing. I was still in my basement, but it was completely different. My eyelids started getting heavy, and I was having a tough time staying grounded in reality. In my peripheral vision, I could start to see what looked like movement from both mirrors, and the light from the candle was dancing in my eyes. At this point, I was excited and terrified. I could barely muster the courage to speak up, but eventually, I did. "Am I still alone?" I asked. My voice sounded far off and didn't sound nearly as confident as I imagined it would. I sounded very timid, but at least it wasn't a whimper. Immediately after speaking, I felt two distinct mental presences crash into me. From the left, I felt an overwhelming sense of anger, depression, hate, and what generally felt like evil incarnate. From the right came these feelings of happiness, joy, and kindness, and was the complete opposite of the opposing force. It felt like I was no longer one person, but instead 3 entities fighting it out inside of my body. I remember feeling squished inside my own body, and I was starting to shake. It was like nothing I'd ever felt before. I, at one point, was sure I was going to be pushed out of my own body, and could feel what can only be described as ego death. I was no longer seeing with my own eyes at this point, and I was now having a vision. Perhaps this was a dream of some point. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but one thing I knew for sure was that I was no longer consciously aware of my surroundings. In my vision, I saw 2 people standing apart, facing one another. One was the dark creature from my dreams, except that now it was wielding a 2-handed sword. This weapon had an aura of darkness and was curved back and forth. It looked like the kind of weapon that would tear a person to shreds painfully. The man standing opposite of this beast looked like a knight. He was decked out in a suit of white armor and had a gold sigil that looked like the cross imposed on top of the Buddhist wheel. His weapon was a straight white sword and glowed faintly. They were standing about 10 feet away from each other, in a field surrounded by a blood-red sky. They then started talking, but not to each other. They were each asking for my support in the battle. The beast told me he would crush my enemies beneath my feet, and that I would never again be alone in the darkness. I would never again know pain, because no one would ever be able to hurt me again. He promised power and prestige in exchange for my aid. The knight told me he would watch over me and protect me from evil. He said that pain was a part of living, and that as long as I could learn to forgive, that pain would not matter, nor would I have enemies. He claimed he could help me solve my own problems. He would teach me to live truly and would bring me to enlightenment. I was completely overwhelmed at this point. The 2 beings started fighting, and I didn't know what to do. Every time their swords clashed, it felt like the sound was resonating inside of me. I'm not going to lie, At this point, I was terrified. I didn't know what to do, and I definitely wasn't ready for this. Not too long into the fight, it seemed like the beast was getting the upper hand. As my terror grew, he started to move faster and struck harder. The knight was starting to lose ground and was stumbling backwards, protecting himself. The knight was pleading with me to aid him, or he would fail. Before I could respond, the beast knocked him to the ground and disarmed him. As the beast reared back to end the man, I decided quickly that I couldn't let this thing win. I don't know how to describe it. I felt like my emotions just poured out to this man in support. As the dark sword was arching down, a shield appeared on the knight's outstretched arm and deflected the blow easily. The knight was quickly back up and bashed the beast back with his new shield. The creature seemed to fall back easily, cursing both the knight and I. The knight's sword seemed to quickly fly back into his hand just as he was advancing to slay the beast. He swung down hard and smashed the beast's sword into pieces. The creature fell to the ground, wounded. The knight stepped over the creature and put the sword to its neck. "You are defeated. Crawl back to the darkness you came from, and never rear your hideous face again, or we shall obliterate you." At this point, the creature let out a hissing sound and was swallowed up by the ground. Suddenly, I was back in my body, along with this sense of pure joy and happiness. I somehow knew my dreams would no longer be filled with despair and darkness. The man's voice came from the mirror on my right and congratulated me for making the right choice. At this point in time, I looked to my right, at least I think I did, and into the mirror. He stood there, leaning on his sheathed sword. I asked him who he was. He chuckled a little bit and replied, "You still haven't figured it out? I'm you." And with that, he took off his helmet and revealed himself to be what looked like a more elegant version of me. The way the mirrors were set up, I could see the reflection of the beast from the other mirror, crawling away. It turned back for a second, and I could see what looked like a twisted, decaying form of me. Before I could ask any more questions, and believe me, I had plenty to ask, I felt a strange sensation cascading over my head. At first, I was confused, but then felt cold. Time was up. My friend and my girlfriend stood there, dumping water over my head. Apparently, they called down and I did not reply. They said they could hear my phone ringing, but I did not answer. I guess when they came down, they said it looked like I was in a trance and was unresponsive. My friend said it looked like my eyes were half open and were moving about rapidly and in no particular direction, just spinning all around. We went upstairs, left all the lights on, and talked the whole thing out. Anyway, I would most certainly say this ritual was well worth the effort, and I'm glad I worked up the courage to try it. It was like nothing I've ever done before, and was an awesome experience. If you guys were to ask me if it was spiritual or purely psychological, I honestly couldn't tell you. There are arguments for both sides, but I couldn't decide on one over the other. Instead of just going off what happened to me, why don't some of you try it out for yourself? I can't say it will be similar to mine, and I don't recommend it to anyone who might have a psychological break, but all I can say is that, for me, it was well worth the stress. Anyway, thanks for putting in the time to read this all and for wishing me luck, guys. Good luck to everyone who gives this a whirl. Hello there, my name is Jesse. I'd heard that this site is where people submit their stories that are, well, creepy. I've read a lot here. Mostly the stories that you would read about monsters, supernatural things, serial killers, and even haunted items. You see, I go to high school in the suburban Massachusetts. It's really what you would expect a normal high school to be. Regular classes, everyone has their own group of friends. You know, the usual stuff. No, the school isn't haunted. No, it wasn't built on a Native American burial ground. Nothing like that. It's a completely normal school. But lately, let's say about 2 or 3 weeks ago, a rumour had started floating around school. But it wasn't a usual rumour of who's cheating on who, or who's pregnant. No, this was more of those urban myth rumours you would hear about. The guy who started this rumour, let's call him Tim. You see, Tim was a well-known guy. He was that one guy in school everyone liked. And one day, he came in with an almost triumphant smirk on his face, as if he was parading around. One of my friends, Dan, had went up to him and asked what he was so happy about, in which Tim responded, "I beat the Mirror Man," as if it was some sort of achievement. To which Dan asked, "Who's the Mirror Man?" Basically, since I don't want to keep doing this who said what thing, I myself will tell you who the Mirror Man is. The Mirror Man is a quote-unquote spirit who will appear if you say the words Mirror Man into a mirror 3 times when you're alone. Now, I know what you're thinking, another one of those bogus mirror tricks, right? We all tried the Bloody Mary thing when we were kids. We all found out it was a load of rubbish and that no ghost would pop up, ultimately leaving us disappointed, but relieved at the same time that nothing was gonna come out of the mirror and kill you. And at first, I thought the same thing about this. Tim must be pulling a prank or something, right? Our whole lunch table gave him our skeptic responses, in which he replied, "If you don't believe me, then why don't you try it for yourself?" A few of us nodded at each other and just said, "Okay." And then we went back to eating our lunches. The rest of the day was pretty normal after that. I'd went home, did my homework, and that was it. My mom and dad were away for the week on a business trip, so I was home alone though. I didn't mind though, cause at least I still had my dog to keep me company. Time went on, and eventually it was night time. I had just finished brushing my teeth in front of the mirror when that thought of the rumour came up in my head. I figured I would do it, if only to prove that it was really nothing. I turned off the lights and stood in front of the mirror. I took a deep breath and said the words, "Mirror Man, Mirror Man, Mirror Man." I waited for what seemed like a good minute in the dark. Nothing happened. I knew it was fake from the start. I smiled to myself and went to bed, waiting to rub it in Tim's face. The morning came along with school that day. The first half went pretty normally, Then it came to lunch. We were all there talking about what we usually do. Then came in Tim. Only something was different. The usual aloof look on his face had faded into an expression of worry and deep thought. He was never like this before. He sat down slowly, and we had all asked him what was wrong. He was silent for a moment before saying, "I saw him again." We asked who it was that he saw, eager to find out what was doing this to our friend. He gave only a shaky reply. "The Mirror Man." I rolled my eyes at this. I thought he was pulling some stunt to get attention. "The Mirror Man isn't real. I tried it last night," I said. Tim turned to me and shouted at me. "He is real, and I saw him again last night. He's coming for me. He said he would." This had caught the attention of the other tables in the area, as well as the teachers. The entire cafeteria went silent as he shouted, "He's coming for me!" One of the better-known teachers had grabbed him by the shoulders and escorted him out of the cafeteria. What the hell was going on here? Fast forward a few days later, the rumour of the Mirror Man had spread throughout the school, onto the internet, to everywhere locally. It had become a craze by the time my parents had gotten home from their trip. I had told them everything. I'd still continue to do the Mirror Man trick every night, but no matter what, I would never see the supposed spirit. However, many other people in the school had apparently seen him, even if they didn't do the mirror trick. They would just be staring at their reflection, fixing their hair, etc., and then out of nowhere, their reflection would just distort into the Mirror Man. But why wouldn't he show up for me? I didn't understand it, and it frustrated me. Upon the morning of last Monday, my entire school had been called into the auditorium. This would never happen unless something really good or really bad would happen. And with the recent news, I sure as hell knew it was the former. The principal of the school had stepped out with a grave look on his face. He walked up to the podium and said, "Tim had died." The police found his body in his room after they broke down the door. I couldn't believe my ears. Was this really happening? No, it couldn't be. How did he die? Did he really kill himself over this whole Mirror Man thing, or was something else going on here? Later that night, I had signed onto the school's website. The school had a chat system implemented where students could contact other students about when papers were due, help on projects, and things like that. I was chatting with my friends and other kids about the day's events. Then, suddenly, a message popped up. "Guest, Mirror Man, has logged into the chat room." I looked at the message for a few seconds. Was this some kind of sick joke? Because nobody was laughing. He said nothing when all of the other students called him out. All he did was post a link to a picture in the chat. The moderator banned him immediately afterwards. I clicked on the link, apart from my better judgment, and I wish I hadn't. What I saw in that picture will be sure to haunt me for the rest of my life. It was Tim, but it was his corpse. Pale and lifeless, his jaw was hanging open as if he was screaming. There were dozens of shards of glass dug into his skin, including 2 larger ones that were stuck into his eyes. There was blood everywhere, and carved into his chest were 2 parallel lines lined up vertically with an X slightly overlapping them. I was appalled and I began to cry. He was just a kid. Who did this to him? Why did they do this to him? Instinctively, the first thing I thought was, the Mirror Man. Was he really real? Did he really do this to Tim? All these questions buzzed in my head. I started feeling nauseous. I ripped the cord out of my computer, making the screen go black. And I just cried there. Over the next few days, things only got worse. More kids were missing, more ended up dead, and each time it was done, a picture of their corpse ended up on the school website under the screen name Mirror Man. Eventually I just stopped clicking. I knew what the picture was, as well as everyone else did. The school was shut down by the police soon after that. The FBI started questioning people, but one thing I kept in my mind the entire time was, why couldn't I see the Mirror Man? I shouldn't be asking this. I should just consider it a blessing and leave it alone, but I wanted to know why. One final time, I went into my bathroom. One final time, I turned off the lights and looked in the mirror. And one final time, I had said, Mirror Man, Mirror Man, Mirror Man. My voice grew shaky and unstable with each time. My mind was about to snap. I needed to know. And finally, I saw him. My reflection started to distort. It was replaced by a man. He was wearing a pair of jeans and an olive green hooded sweatshirt, but his clothes were bloodstained. There were shards of glass sticking into him and impaling him like a pincushion. His mouth was sewn shut, and I couldn't see the rest of his face. But in his hand, there was a bloody shard of a mirror. I was petrified. How does one react to a serial killer staring him down? I didn't think this could be real. It had to be one messed up dream or a hallucination or something. I took a step back from the mirror. My heart thumping in my ears was all I could hear, when surprisingly, he took a step away. Being cautious, I took another step away, and so did he. Where I moved, he moved in perfect sync, as if I was, well, looking in a mirror. I closed my eyes and shook my head, and there I was again. Well, there was my face, but my clothes had changed. I was wearing an olive green sweatshirt and jeans, and there was a piece of bloodied mirror in my hand. I looked down and it was all true. There I was, wearing the exact same thing that the Mirror Man had worn just a moment ago. No, this had to be another trick, I thought. The Mirror Man was messing with my head. Then, I saw a blood trail leading out the bathroom door. I reluctantly followed it, and it led to the door of my parents' bedroom. I kept whispering in a hushed tone, as if I was pleading, "No, no, no," over and over again. I had slowly opened the door, and there were both my parents, broken shards of glass going through them, 2 through the eyes, and the 2 lines with the X on their bodies. I know the reason why I couldn't see him. It's because I could always see him. I was the Mirror Man. I did all those horrible things. It was me. Entry 1. My name is Jason. I live in the suburbs of a small city on the East Coast. I'm not sure I want to say where exactly. Something is happening, and I think it's important for me to write this down. I live alone in a descriptionless apartment complex. I reside on the top floor, which allows me roof access. I like to spend summer nights on the roof, smoking and watching planes fly overhead. I've seen a lot of weird stuff in the sky, but nothing as shocking as what I saw last night. I had just stubbed out my cigarette and was about to go inside when I noticed it. The sky was dark and full of twinkling stars, tiny pinpricks of curious light. The air was warm and humid, a gentle breeze timidly brushing across my face. But between the stars, I saw something. It was pale, almost transparent. It was a colossal bridge, something impossibly high in the sky. It stretched from horizon to horizon, a long stretch of ghostly construction. At first, I thought it was the Milky Way or maybe some strange light distortion caused by the streetlights. But as I concentrated on the outline of the shape, I began to make out detail that was no trick of the light. Looming spires rose into the heavens, twisting architecture of translucent wonder. Glassy blue cables stretched between the spires, forming triangular patterns along the length of the bridge. It took my breath away. The eerie edifice that extended across the night sky like some kind of pale rainbow. Without taking my eyes off it, I reached in my pocket and pulled out another smoke. I lit it and watched the bridge, tendrils rising from my lips as if to reach out towards the strange phenomenon. It just hovered there, far above the earth, shimmering its strange blue colour. After a few minutes, it vanished. Entry 2. I saw it again. It's been 4 days since my last entry, and I've gone up to the roof every night to look for the bridge, and tonight, it revealed itself once again. It was the same glassy blue colour, and the absolute size of it took my breath away. I tried to take pictures of it on my phone, but for whatever reason, it doesn't show up in the photos. I looked down from the roof onto the busy street, and no one seemed to notice it. I can't imagine why. The vastness of it fills the length of the sky, a soaring display of spectacular beauty. And yet, as beautiful as it is, something about it scares me. I don't know if it's the twisting towers that rise into the darkness like ebony fangs, or the silence that surrounds it, but something about it fills my stomach with unease. I feel like I shouldn't be looking at it. I feel like I shouldn't acknowledge it. I don't know where this intuition comes from, but something whispers in my mind, a soft warning spoken through gritted teeth. But how can I turn away? How can I not soak up its mysterious splendor? Entry 3. The bridge appeared again tonight. It's been 3 days since my last entry. I still seem to be the only one able to see it, and I don't know why I've been blessed with such a gift, but I accept it nonetheless. That voice in the back of my head still warns me of unknown danger, but I don't want to listen to it. This private display of brilliance has, for whatever reason, been reserved for me to gaze upon, and I would be foolish not to stare up at it. And yet, something about the bridge was different tonight. I thought I could make out shapes walking along it, pausing on occasion to stare down at me. They are the same colour as the bridge, but vaguely human in shape. I used an old pair of binoculars I dug out of my closet to get a closer look at them. They appeared to be travelling from one horizon to the other, pausing for a few seconds to look out at me. As I watched, that voice in my head became louder, warning flashing in my brain like red light. Again, I was overcome with a feeling that I should not be watching this, whatever this strange procession was. Entry 4. Not much to report. It's been a couple days and the bridge appeared again tonight. I watched the weird human-shaped lights march quietly across the long, suspended road. Some looked my way, but most continued without pause. Who are they? Where are they going? I watched for hours, laying on my back, binoculars glued to my face. Entry 5. Oh, I screwed up. I really screwed up. Damn it, I don't have time to write this down right now. Entry 6. I did something bad. I did something really bad. Why didn't I listen to my instincts? 2 nights ago, the bridge appeared again. I got my binoculars out and excitedly trained them on the strange trails of light. Detail immediately sharpened through the lenses, and I watched as the blue, human-shaped lights walked along the length of the bridge, just like they always do. I watched for a while, waiting for one of them to notice me. After a few moments, 2 of the shapes paused and swiveled to look down at me. I felt a warmth spread across my skin, and I knew they could see me. I knew they could see me looking up at them. And so, I waved. I didn't think about it, I just did it. As soon as I did, all the human-shaped lights on the bridge disappeared. Just gone. They just vanished. And that's not all. The bridge changed colour. Instead of the soft, opaque blue, the towering spires and swaying cables turned an angry crimson. The expanse of the bridge looked like a bloody trail smeared across the sky. Its walls began to shimmer, like it was emitting intense heat. Then, ever so slowly, the red began to drip off the bridge, like strands of vermilion drool. The bridge hasn't disappeared since I waved. Entry 7. I could see it all day today, just looming above the earth. I couldn't concentrate at work, and so I went home early. It's everywhere, a pale red hovering over the clouds. I try not to look at it, but it dominates the soft blue sky above. I feel a constant twist of fear in my stomach, a cold grip around my throat. What have I done? Entry 8. It's night. I've closed the curtains, but I can still see the bridge's red glow. I can still see the strange scarlet dripping off the glowing construction. I heard something on the news today about a new disease in South America. They say it comes from exposure to an unknown rose-coloured sappy substance that seems to be exfoliating from the trees. They say contact with such substance causes immediate convulsions and complete evacuation of the blood through sudden and prolonged vomiting. What remains is a pale, bloodless corpse. It has to be a coincidence. There's no way. Entry 9. It's been a week. I keep hearing reports about this new disease spreading. What's going on? The bridge is a constant mark upon the sky, a glowing patch of long light. It keeps dripping down on the sky, sometimes leaving marks in the night like running blood. I don't know how to make it stop. I don't know how to fix this. God, what have I done? Entry 10. I went onto the roof tonight. I had to gaze upon it again. Maybe gain some clue how to reverse what I've done. How was I supposed to know? Why have I been cursed with this horrific burden? When I got to the roof, I raised my binoculars to my eyes with sweaty hands. I adjusted the focus, and what I saw brought me to my knees, my breath leaving me in a rush of panicked terror. The bridge was still red and oozing down the star-filled sky, but through the magnification, I realized something. It wasn't the bridge that was dripping down heaven's canvas. It was the human-shaped lights. They were now red instead of blue, casting themselves from the bridge, hurling their glowing figures down into the darkness. I watched in absolute horror as I traced them down the sky, trails of shining red staining the horizon as they fell. They were like human comets, blazing a path towards the earth as they dove from their eternal path. I dropped the binoculars, forcing a scream back down my throat. My back was slick with sweat, and my hands shook as I scrambled with the door to get back inside. From the darkness of my apartment, I trembled, mind reeling. Through my closed curtains, I could still make out the glowing shapes plummeting to the earth. Entry 11. It's been 2 days since that night. I don't have much time, The bodies continue to fall from the bridge, an unending cycle of constant fear. It's 4 in the morning now. This will be my last entry. A few minutes ago, something slammed into the roof above me. It jolted me from my sleep, and I immediately knew what was happening. I scrambled from my bed, racing for the apartment door. But it was too late. A thick, gooey slime was dripping from the ceiling. It looked like cherry molasses, and I watched in hopeless dismay as it covered my door. I spun around, searching for another means of escape, but it was everywhere. It covered the windows, the walls, slowly reaching the floor. When it does, it will continue to pool, and eventually it will reach me. I know there's no escaping it. It's only a matter of minutes now. I don't deserve this. I'm shaking. The reality of death looming before me and filling me with terror. What's going to happen to me? What is the bridge, and why was I allowed to see it? Perhaps I wasn't the only one. Because you see, I feel like when the red eventually reaches me, when it kills me, I have a feeling I'll wake up somewhere else. I feel like I'll wake up on the bridge, waiting my turn along the side, waiting to return to the earth.